But it's good to be on holiday. It's good to get straight A's in the school year. And your bowl of ears is right at the beginning of summer. And when you have the best daddy who can give you the most extraordinary gift. All these conditions came together, and Iris got a real drone from her father for her 10th birthday. That is, not a professional one, of course, but with all the functions and a video camera. The girl was absolutely happy with such a gift. She carefully studied the instructions and made the first launch together with her father. They lived in their mansion, located in an elite village on the banks of the river. The girl had already learnt all the possibilities of her new toy and wanted to use it more widely. She really liked to shoot panoramic views, but she had already shot everything on her property and in the immediate neighborhood, and they live in such a picturesque area. There's a river nearby. It would be great to film there too, but Daddy works so much. He can't go out with her. Iris was not a little girl, and she realized that if her father didn't work, he wouldn't have money for such wonderful presents or for this house. That is, they would live much worse than they do now. But if she was so big, why couldn't she go outside the property? Dad, can I go down by the river tomorrow and take some pictures? I promise I'll be very proper and discreet. You know how smart I am. Of course I do. But I also know that it's dangerous for even smart girls to go out without adults, especially with the river nearby. And there's a forest park. Why don't you go for a walk with Linda? Mr. Justin suggested it. Wrinkling her nose like a toothache, the girl mumbled. Well, Dad, you know I don't like going out with her. It's no fun. But if you can't go without her, I'll ask her to come with me. Iris's mum died when she was 3. She'd been ill for a long time before that. And now when she heard the word mum, she could smell the medicine. Iris could see the long hospital corridors where she and her daddy used to go to visit her sick mum. Of course, Iris loved her, pitied her, and missed her. But when mum was gone, not much changed for the little girl, except that she didn't have to go to the hospital anymore. But other than that, everything was the same. You could love your mum, feel sorry for her, miss her. But there were the adults who loved her, Dad and Aunt Bridget, the housekeeper who had been nursing Iris since she was born. And 3 years ago, there was this Aunt Linda, Dad's new wife. Iris was little at the time, and at first she thought it was a good thing. After all, Daddy said Linda was good, and would be almost like a mum to her. And Linda seemed to be trying to be nice, kissed Iris, called her doll, put her on her lap. But the girl quickly realized the insincerity of this mother. She became uncomfortable, the eternal pussyfooting, smacking lips and a centimeter from her cheek. And she only showed her kindness in front of her father. And when he left, she tried to stay away, pushing Iris away. Don't get underfoot, go to your room and play. So even now, when her father suggested that she go for a walk with Aunt Linda, Iris, though she expressed her displeasure, agreed to take her along, knowing that Linda would refuse anyway. Mr. Justin himself had told his wife to take an afternoon walk with his daughter outside their property. She seemed to agree. Okay, sure, it's dangerous for a child to walk around without an adult, but where is she going? Why not play in the yard? She and her drone want to take pictures of the beautiful views by the river, he explained. She's really fiddling with that drone. Why do you buy her such expensive things? She's not a boy. You'd buy her a doll or a pretty dress. She's going to break this thing anyway. Waste of money, don't you think? Linda said grudgingly. Well, I live, work, and earn mostly for her, my daughter, and this toy is not an idle toy. It's helping her learn about the world, Mr. Justin replied coldly. Linda was on high tones, tried to show offense, maybe even cry, but then changed her mind. Later she realized that these techniques may have worked on her husband, but only at the beginning of their life together, and that was only if it didn't involve his daughter. I'm losing ground, Linda thought grudgingly. What can you do if he always has this girl in the first place? And now her husband said sternly, I hope you won't let Iris go wandering round the street alone. You may rest assured, replied the wife as convincingly as possible. I can assure you that we have an excellent relationship. Iris is very dear to me too. The man sighed, but he couldn't say he was relieved. On the contrary, the thought flashed through his mind again that he had made a mistake in marrying Linda. It couldn't be said that he had fallen very much in love with the woman then. 4 years ago, he hadn't been thinking about marriage or looking for a wife at all. He was looking for a mother for his orphan daughter, understood that it would be difficult for her to grow up only with him, a man. And having met Linda, he thought that she was quite suitable for such a role. Linda was not at all. At least she didn't seem to be just a beautiful nothing. She made a good impression. And indeed, at first everything seemed to be going well. Iris from the first acquaintance was drawn to Aunt Linda. And she was cheerful, affectionate, tried to find a common language, told her something. Then, after the wedding, everything went wrong. And lately the relationship has gone completely awry. Not just Linda and Iris, but him and his wife. He had long suspected that his wife was cheating on him. He was almost certain of it. A divorce seemed like a matter of time. But that's exactly what it wasn't. Yeah, Iris is 10 years old. The kid understands a lot of things. Wouldn't a divorce be another blow to her? Wouldn't Iris' opinion of him be damaged? Her father? Linda saw her husband off and thought with annoyance, I have nothing else to do but hang around the streets with his daughter. She'll walk alone. She'll be fine. The kidnappers won't steal her, but if they do, it will be their own fault. Let them suffer with his Iris. Iris herself didn't think of deceiving Papa. After breakfast, she dressed for her walk and knocked at her stepmother's room. Aunt Iris, I'm packed. Shall we go? With a polite smile, she said. Going for a walk this early, Linda, who liked to lie down for a while after seeing her husband off, or maybe even take a nap, replied grudgingly, I don't have time. I have a headache. Go for a walk by yourself. Don't go too far. I wanted to go to the river. May I? The girl asked. Yes, but don't go in the water, and turned her back to the wall. Hearing this conversation, Mrs. Bridget, who was cleaning, shook her head reproachfully and quietly asked the little girl, Where are you going? I'm going for a walk in the yard, and in the evening Daddy will come, go together. It's already boring in the yard, and I'm not a little girl. I won't get lost, nothing will happen to me, and Daddy will come tired. Well, it's a pity to drag him outside. Everybody works, everybody's tired, even him. What about this one? Rich and lying down, Iris replied, pointing to the bedroom door. I don't run off too far and don't take long walks. I'd go with you myself. But I've got work, you see. And it's a good thing you have work. It's much more fun and interesting without grown-ups, Iris thought, assured Aunt Bridget that everything would be all right, and ran outside. She wasn't afraid of the river, especially since she wasn't going to get in the water. There were no beaches in the neighborhood of her house. The river was surrounded by a beautiful embankment. There was a slope to the water and a small pier, a favorite place for children and adults to take pictures. Iris had pictures of the pier too, but now she thought it would be prettier from the drone. That's true. But one thing the girl hadn't considered was the battery capacity. As a result, in the middle of the flight over the river, the battery ran out. On the way back was not enough, and the drone promptly flew into the river. Luckily, not far from the pier, but not so close that it could be caught. She ran to the spot where her favorite toy had crashed, knelt down, stretched as hard as she could, and fell into the water herself. It was, of course, not deep. She could not drown, but she was very frightened. She was very much hurt that such a pleasant walk had ended so sadly. Fortunately, a boy, about her age, a complete stranger, was watching the scene. When he saw Iris in trouble, he ran to the pier, quickly helping her out of the water and retrieving the drone. Sitting on the dry, wet Iris cried bitterly. It was pitiful for the toy, pity for herself. It was a shame that the adults would see that she had climbed into the river after all. Come on, don't cry, said the boy. So what if she fell in the water? You didn't drown. Your clothes will dry quickly. If you don't want to go home like that, he said. I wouldn't have drowned myself, but I was very frightened. Thank you for helping me out. It was nothing. That's a cool toy. Can I see it? Sure, go ahead. I hope it's not broken. It'd be a shame if it did. My dad gave it to me for my 10th birthday a while ago. That's great. I turned 10 too, but a long time ago. Just after New Year's, so I'm still older than you. But I don't have a dad, so nobody gets me toys like this. And my mom's ill. That's a shame. My mom was sick too, and then she died. But it was a long time ago. I was just a little girl. I think your mom will get better. You know what? Let me give you this drone. I've had enough of it, Iris suddenly suggested. You're crazy. The boy was amazed. It's expensive. What will your father say to you? I'll tell him that you saved me. That's why I gave it to you. Especially since it's my drone now. I can do whatever I want with it, right? I could have drowned it or lost it or broken it or whatever. So take it. It's like I gave it to you. And if you don't take it, I'll throw it away, Iris said firmly. You're so full of it. No, if you give it to me, that's fine. But if your father scolds you, you tell me and I'll give it back. In the meantime, show me how to operate it. By the way, my name's James. What's yours? I'm Iris. It's very simple to operate. I'll show you. While the boys were sitting on the pier in the bright sunshine, their clothes were almost dry, and the boy was happy to receive such an expensive gift, though he doubted it would last, and he'd probably have to return it later. But it was not so important. Even one day to possess such a treasure was already happiness, and she had never dreamed that he would ever have something like this. The guys became friends and agreed to meet again, so he went home happy. James got to the territory of this elite village, you could say, accidentally. He lived in the city in the most ordinary neighborhood with his mother, who moved only in a wheelchair. When he, Happy, came home with a new toy, she at first did not realize how expensive it was, but when she realized, she was surprised and even frightened. Where did you get such a toy? It's worth a lot of money. Someone must have lost it. Did you steal it? No, Mom, nobody lost it, and I didn't steal it. A little girl gave it to me. It fell into the river and I pulled it out. She gave it to me as a reward. She's from a rich family. Her daddy gave it to her and she told me she didn't want it anymore. But what do you mean she doesn't want it? What's Daddy gonna say? You don't just give gifts like that to people you barely know. I don't want us to get in trouble for this. What kind of trouble? She gave it to me. Besides, I told her I'd give it to her if Daddy got mad. We agreed to meet again. So give it to her. It's better not to take such gifts from strangers. We're not poor, thank God. All right, you can play for now. What should I do? Let me show you how to film with it. You can do all sorts of things. This girl, Iris is her name. She's been filming all the beautiful views by the river. It's really good. You can plug it into your laptop and watch it. Well, at least I'll see it that way, sighed her mother. She hadn't been anywhere for a long time. She was curious to see what the world looked like outside her room. Enjoying the beautiful views, she reached the footage of the very birthday party, where her father had given his daughter this very drone. Seeing the man, she turned pale. The very day that changed her life forever came to mind. Tori had loved cars since she was a little girl. Ever since the day her grandfather bought a new car and let little Tori hold the wheel. I can't tell you how much she loved it. So when I grow up, I'm going to be a driver, said the little girl enthusiastically. It's not a very womanly thing to do, chuckling, said her grandfather, who loved her wholeheartedly. After his daughter Amanda and her husband died in a plane crash, his granddaughter became Mr. Swan's only joy, and so he refused to do anything for her. But he couldn't put a 5-year-old behind the wheel even if he wanted to. He had to wait 16 years. He also could not refuse for a long time and began to teach the girl to drive in a quiet and deserted place. By the age of 18, she had already become a confident motorist, passed her license without any problems, and began to drive her grandfather's car by proxy. Mr. Swan didn't worry about her. He knew his lessons had not gone to waste. Her profession was not driving. After graduating from college, she worked as an accountant, and the car became a favorite hobby. The girl dreamed that someday she would be able to do it professionally. But alas, it did not happen at all as dreamed. And after Tori got married and gave birth to James, by that time her grandfather was no longer working. He couldn't help financially. And Tori's husband didn't make much money either. He wasn't the kind of man who would work hard for his family. The son was often ill, which required a lot of money and time. When she came out of maternity leave, Tori took sick leave every now and then to care for the child. Her employer didn't like it, so she had to quit her job. And what to live on? Her husband's salary wouldn't even be enough to eat. So Tori had to turn a hobby into a profession. Tori started working as a taxi driver in her grandfather's old but perfectly maintained car. It was convenient in every way, going out to work at a time convenient to herself, when little James could be left with her great-grandfather. It wasn't a very lucrative job, but the material problems were receding. And then came the more serious ones. Late one night, returning from another shift, she had an accident. Her old car rammed into a powerful SUV driven by a drunken rich businessman. The fact that Tori survived was a miracle, but the resulting spinal injury made her disabled. The doctor's verdict was ruthless. She would be wheelchair-bound for the rest of her life. There was a chance for heavy, expensive surgery and subsequent rehabilitation. But the Tori family didn't have the money for that. The doctor suggested that maybe the perpetrators of the accident would take part, reimburse at least some of the costs. Yeah, well, they had money, connections, lawyers on their side. In the end, the perpetrators made Tori look guilty. Thankfully, they didn't demand money from the mutilated woman herself. Tori didn't care about that, though. She was terrified of what had happened. The death of her grandfather had been as much a blow to her as the accident. Mr. Swan's heart couldn't bear the news of what had happened to his beloved granddaughter. She couldn't even say goodbye to the person she cared for most. She returned home an invalid in a wheelchair. Tori doubted that her husband would be a reliable support, and for good reason. He couldn't stand living with her for a month. One day he just said, "I sympathize with you, Tori, but you've got to understand. I have a woman I want to build a life with. Of course I understand. But what about James? It's hard for me. I won't be able to give him the care he needs," was all Tori could say. "I could probably take him with me," answered her husband uncertainly. "I'm not leaving, Mom. I'll help myself," said the boy, who was only 8 years old at the time. "Well, nothing. I will help financially," replied the father with apparent relief. And so Tori was left alone with her son. A social worker came twice a week to help with things that the mother couldn't do, and the rest they managed on their own. It was hard to live on a pension. Alimony from her ex-husband came very irregularly, so Tori found a remote job as an accountant working via the internet. But even there, the income was small, and she never dreamed of saving money for the operation. James promised she'd grow up and earn money to cure her mom. That was the hope, and Tori turned pale when she saw the image of a handsome and rich man, the girl's father, on the screen, because she recognized him as the man who had been in the very car that had ruined her life, not behind the wheel, but as a passenger. But he was still a friend of that driver. He saw the woman being mutilated and did nothing to help her in any way. Now his daughter was giving her son a toy out of her bounty that James would never get. It was unpleasant for Tori, but there was nothing she could do about it, nor could she tell her son. She only told her son that it would be better if he gave away such an expensive gift and generally had less contact with people from the elite village. "I believe Iris is a very good girl, but son, we're very different people. I'm afraid that nothing good will come of this friendship," was all she could cautiously warn James. But the son continued to be friends with Iris, meeting her often enough. She told his father about who she had given her toy to and under what circumstances, and he wasn't angry with his daughter. "You know, Dad, he's such a kind, good boy, not like everyone else I know. Only he doesn't have a daddy, and his mom is sick. Her back is broken. She rides in a chair. But she's very kind too. I've been to visit them. It's her birthday soon. Maybe I'll get her something, eh? I guess, just to make her feel good. She's really nice, but she's so miserable," the little girl told her daddy. "It's nice of you to have such a good heart. But Iris, won't you hurt her with your presence? Poor people, they're proud, and you gave that boy a toy. Now you want to give his mom something. They might take offense at being pitied. And they realize that you're giving them something that you bought with someone else's money, which is mine. That can cause the most unpleasant feeling." And what to do? The daughter was upset. "I know about the birthday party. I promised to come round. Let's do this, come together. Buy a big, beautiful bouquet of flowers. After all, other good women like that. I don't think that would offend her. I won't stay long. I'll congratulate her and leave. You celebrate with them." Father offered a way out. "Very good. That's a great idea, Dad." Iris clapped her hands. Unfortunately, this conversation was overheard by Linda, and she didn't like it very much. "That's great. You've decided to do some charity work. Okay, my daughter, she's a little girl who doesn't know what's what. But why do you fall for all those touchy-feely fairy tales about a sick mom and all that?" "Yeah, I'm sure it's a family of con artists," she said to her husband. "I'll see what kind of family it is. Why are you getting so involved in this? It's none of your business. It's bad enough you nearly drowned my daughter." Mr. Justin was already aware of the story and couldn't forgive his wife's neglect. Father and daughter went to the birthday party, as they had planned, with a bouquet and a small gift bag containing perfume. Tori, seeing the man who had left such a terrible mark in her life, turned white, confused, and didn't know what to say. Mr. Justin did not understand her confusion. He came to the wrecked car, saw the victim, but did not at once recognize the unfortunate woman in Tori, though her face seemed familiar. It was only when she had seated the children at the table and gone out into the corridor to see her guest off that he saw that there were tears glistening in her eyes. "What is it? Have I offended you?" Mr. Justin asked, feeling sorry for the lovely woman. "Oh no, you didn't. You were just in the car that made me an invalid. That's all, and you don't even remember the one your mate maimed," she confessed. And then he remembered everything. Realizing what had happened, he decided to do everything he could to help both Tori and her son, which he said at once. I didn't remember you, really. But I didn't even know you were in this position. I swear I won't leave you. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you and help you. I'll start talking to the doctors today to see what I can do. Whether Tori believed it or not, we don't know. But Mr. Justin did start pulling up all his connections to see who could help a man with a serious spinal injury. Linda found out about his plans and immediately made a scene. I knew it. She's a con artist who's out to rip you off. And you're a sucker. Hoping to get rid of her with a bouquet, she angrily reprimanded her husband, but he wasn't going to listen to her remarks. Linda decided to go the other way and went to Tori herself and gave her an ugly scandal. She accused the sick woman of trying to take her husband away from her. Who cares about you, you ugly woman with no leg? Why are you meddling in someone else's family? She shouted, hovering over Tori. With this action, Linda only killed the last remnants of her husband's feelings. However, he had no time to deal with the divorce now. He had a lot on his plate. Moreover, the process of Tori's treatment was in full swing. Things were starting to get very active. And soon Tori was to be put in the best clinic, where she was waiting for the operation, paid for by Mr. Justin. She cried, unable to believe her happiness. But there was an obstacle, a son. What would happen to James and where would he be while I was in hospital? We have no family, no one. He'll stay with me for a while. Don't worry. He's very friendly with my daughter, and he won't bother anyone at home. But your wife, she won't mind, Tori said, imagining Linda's reaction. It's none of her business. We have a housekeeper. So Linda won't notice your baby, just like she doesn't notice my daughter, Justin answered her. But he was wrong. Linda did, and she did notice. No, in front of her husband, she really pretended not to care. But once the door closed behind him, no, I should have got myself in such a mess. I married a man with a child, and he started picking up other people's kids. She was complaining to someone on the phone or just shouting into an empty receiver so that the children could hear. Apparently, she wanted to speak out, realizing that her marriage would soon end in nothing but divorce. She wasn't shy about insulting the children to their eyes. I don't get in the way, you've had enough, you brats. Isn't it a bit early for a lady to start getting a date? Not only has she drunk all the blood herself, but she's brought a mate to feed, clothe, and shoe him. And it's not enough that his mum is treated at her own expense. And this is such money that she herself is not worth half of it with her pram. The children had to listen to this every day. But they didn't want to complain to their father. Why upset him? But James was not only upset, but insulted to the core, especially the boorish attacks on his beloved mother. After Linda's particularly venomous remarks, he stormed out of the house, not intending to return. Iris jumped out after him. James, what are you doing? Where are you going? Are you offended? Don't mind her. I can't take it. I'd rather just leave. Tell your dad I'll wait somewhere until Mum gets back. Well, you can think of something to say. You're leaving now? Maybe your mum will be back very soon. Where will you live? What will you eat? I don't know. But it'll be better than your place anyway. I'd stay, of course, if it wasn't for this. He waved his head towards the door, behind which their teacher remained. And you know what? I'll go with you. Let her explain to Daddy where we've gone. Do you think I'm happy living with her? I've thought about leaving 100 times, but it's much harder and boring alone. It's more fun with just the two of us. Well, that's true, of course. Come on, if you want to go too. But I'm going into the woods. What's the use of hanging around town? Besides, if they report us to the police, they'll find us quickly and bring us back. You're a girl. What do you think girls are? All they can do is cry and be afraid of everything. You should have realized by now that I'm not like that. I'm not afraid of anything, and I run fast. And I've got a lot of stamina. But you know what? You and I should take some food with us. Otherwise, what are we going to eat in the woods? And you can't run around hungry for long. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, but we have to break into the house. And that aunt of yours will spot you right away and stop you. At least she won't give you any groceries. And she's not mine. I wish she wasn't even here. She might not notice. I'd take it from the kitchen. But Aunt Bridget might be in there right now. She'll start asking what, why, what for. All right. I'll tell her Linda's calling for something. And I'll get something myself, 'cause I don't know how far we're going. And it's no good going down without food. When they go camping, they always take something with them. The girl said reasonably and ran back into the house. James waited for her, crouching behind a bush so that he wouldn't be seen even from the window. Iris soon popped out with a bag that clearly contained something. It was lucky, actually. Neither Aunt Bridget was there, nor did Linda see me. I didn't take much, though, because I didn't want to be long. Well, at least I got something. I didn't go to my room to get my rucksack either. A rucksack would have been more comfortable. Okay, let's go like this. That's great. We're going camping like real travelers now anyway. I just don't know where we're going to get to and when we're going to get back. James was a bit puzzled. I don't know either. But it's okay, we'll see later. Dad's not coming till tomorrow morning anyway, so we can spend the night in the woods. Good thing it's warm. And then we'll try to go back. When Dad sees we're gone, he'll give her a beating. Maybe he'll kick her out of the house. Wouldn't that be fun? The children, excited about their first hike on their own, set off towards the forest. They knew very well that the forest only near the city looks like a park, and a little further away there are real, dense thickets which can be dangerous. They had been told about it by adults, but now they didn't want to think about danger at all. They wanted to realize their dream and just be free. They reached the nearest forest quickly, but they were not going to stop there. Their goal was a real journey, and possible difficulties did not frighten them, but rather aroused their interest. On the way, they speculated how they could escape from a wolf or a bear, though they doubted very much that they would meet such animals. They say that hares are the most common here, but they themselves would be afraid of us, and of the big animals only moose and wild boars. But they don't seem to eat people either, so it's no big deal. But if you meet a wolf, you can climb a tree. So chatting and sharing their knowledge, they did not notice how they had already left the forest park and were walking almost off-road. James, are we going to get lost here? We'll walk and walk like this, and then how will we turn back? There aren't any paths, Iris hesitated. There are no paths, but there are paths. People come here to pick mushrooms and berries. Look, the blueberries are ripe. Let's pick some. It's okay though. Then we'll have time to pick berries and mushrooms, except we won't be able to cook them. But if you really want to, you can eat raw mushrooms, right? Thank you. I'm not eating mushrooms. Well, I won't eat any mushrooms. What if they're grebes? I don't want to poison myself to death. I don't want to get sick either. I don't think we should go too far. I don't want to get lost. We'll get back out anyway, won't we? I guess the girl was starting to get a little scared. I knew it. I shouldn't have taken you, James pouted. First, come on, I'm not scared. And now, we haven't even had a chance to leave yet. We haven't even been walking for 2 hours, and you're already saying back. We left at 4, so it's 6 now. If that's the case, it might be getting dark soon. Iris frowned more and more. But seeing her friend's displeasure, she tried to cheer up. And I'm not afraid. I just don't want to stay in this forest forever. Think how we will return, and even more so, how we will spend the night here. I'm not afraid of animals, but there's nowhere to lie down. If there was a clearing, or at least a beach, we should have gone that way, where the river is. There's sand on the shore. It warms up during the day, and probably doesn't get cold at night either. To be honest, we didn't think about it, and didn't even bring anything. We should have at least brought a jacket to cover ourselves in case of trouble. The boy admitted she was right, but we can't go back for a jacket now. If we go back, it won't be a camping trip. It's rubbish. Let's sit down, have some food. I didn't bring any water. I'm thirsty, but there's really no stream here. Why didn't we think of that? We should have gone towards the river. I think we're going in the opposite direction. The children sat down on a fallen tree and munched on dry biscuits. But this attempt at dry food didn't make them feel any better. Still, they had a new idea. You know what? Let's do it this way. We'll go back to the forest park, but we won't go back to the city. And we'll turn towards the river and go along the stream, James suggested. Well, that's probably a good idea, the girl agreed, looking around, but which way is the forest park? I honestly don't remember where we came from. The girl realized that she really didn't know how exactly they got here. I remember we were walking straight ahead the whole time. And if we follow our own footsteps straight ahead, James looked around and realized with horror that there were no footprints. They hadn't left any. They'd been going straight all the time. But from which direction? How could he not have noticed when they sat down on the log how it was lying, across or along? They began to find out, but they could not agree. Each one stood on his own. But what was it really like? The children argued a little, But then they realized that it was not a good idea to quarrel in such a situation. They sat down on the log again, thinking. James felt bad. He felt guilty that they were in this position. More importantly, he felt guilty for taking his girlfriend into the woods, for putting her in danger. What should he have told her to stay home, even though it would have been bad enough on his own? Well, since it's just the two of them and he's a man, he should take responsibility for his companion. I'll tell you what, since we don't really know where we're going, we'll go ahead again, he said firmly. We'll just keep walking and walking, and then we'll see. Maybe we'll meet someone and ask for directions. And if we don't meet anyone, Iris asked sadly, we won't find any roads. What then? Then nothing. They'll be looking for us anyway. Your dad will be here soon. He'll see we're gone. He'll call a search. You know, it's not like they're looking for people in the woods these days. Maybe they'll look from helicopters or something. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. I don't think so either. I'm not scared. I'm just thirsty. And frankly, my legs are tired, but since there's no sofa nearby, let's go ahead, she exclaimed cheerfully, jumping up from the tree. She felt sorry for her friend too. She realized that he felt guilty, and she did not want to quarrel with him. After all, it was just the two of them now. There was no one else to rely on in this situation. Besides, James was obviously right. Dad would be here soon, and he'd put out an APB, and Linda was going to get in trouble for not knowing where the children had gone. That thought gave her optimism. It would be good to find a more open place, because if they were looking for us from helicopters or drones, they wouldn't see us behind those trees. And if we decide to run away next time, we'll go towards the river, Iris said. James, feeling her encouragement, cheered up too. They did their best to keep up their optimism, telling each other funny stories and singing songs, but it was still hard to walk and talk on the road, and fatigue was making itself felt. The children realized that they were likely to spend the night on the ground, which was uneven, dotted with sharp twigs and quite damp. Their feet were already wet. By evening, it was getting cooler. The mosquitoes were more and more vicious. The guys realized that they had set off in vain without any preparation, but there was nothing to do now. They might even start looking for them, but not before tomorrow morning. There was little chance that the stepmother would decide to report the children missing. James and Iris looked at each other. There was a look of confusion in both of their eyes. Later, when it was almost dark, the woods parted a little, and they saw a cottage in a small clearing. They did not hesitate to ask where in the forest, far away from human habitation, some structure had appeared, obviously also a dwelling, and rushed to the hut and began to knock on the door. No one opened the door. No one seemed to be inside, but the door was unlocked, so the children, seeing no other way out, went in. The hut was clearly inhabited. It was clean and tidy. There was a wooden bed. There was a kettle and a mug on the table, and a bucket of water by the door. They did not talk. They did not share their impressions. Above all, they drank water. They were very thirsty, and only after quenching their thirst did they begin to discuss. What shall we do when the owners come? Iris asked. We'll say that we've lost our way, that we've accidentally stumbled upon their house and decided to rest, that we apologize, that sort of thing. You know, I'm terribly tired. Maybe they won't come tonight. Let's lie on the bed, get some rest. After all, if anything, they'll wake us up when they get here, James decided. So that's what they did. They went to bed and slept soundly. In the morning, they were woken up by an elderly man who was very surprised to see such unexpected guests. Who are you? He asked in surprise. It looked like he was leaving. It was empty. The man had a stern look, but his eyes were kind. And the children were not frightened, though they were embarrassed. We were lost, James, finally awake, began to explain. They were already telling each other where they lived and how they had ended up in the woods, but without much detail. I don't worry, my dad will definitely look for us and pay you for sleeping here. Can we just stay here for a while? We're very tired of wandering through the woods. Our feet are all wet, and the mosquitoes are biting us, Iris said in a heartfelt voice. The master, of course, allowed them to stay. Told them his name was Mr. Gregory. He's the local forester. He rests in this hut when he has to work long hours in the woods. And there's plenty of work to be done here. He's just been on a rather long walk, and he's very tired himself. Oh, you go to bed, and we can go for a walk. Pick berries around here. We won't go far. Maybe they'll come for us. Do helicopters fly around here often? James asked. I don't know, boys. I haven't seen one, but I think if some wizard in a blue helicopter comes for you, you'll hear it. I'm really gonna lie down for a while. Don't go too far from home now. Or where will we find you later?" said the Forester, putting the tea down. He poured 2 mugs of tea for the children, drank it himself, and went to bed. The children quietly went outside, where they had a chance to discuss their luck. Meanwhile, the situation at Iris's house was heating up. Mr. Justin arrived early in the morning, and unaware that the children were not home, tried to walk quietly so as not to wake anyone. Soon the housekeeper came out. She said hello and asked how many people she was making breakfast for today. Would there be children today? What children? Do we have guests today? Wondered the landlord. No, Iris and James, that boy. They've been gone since yesterday, Bridget explained. What do you mean gone? Mr. Justin was surprised, but not yet frightened. I don't know. I didn't realize. I started setting up for dinner and they wouldn't come out. I asked Linda, and she said something unintelligible, and I didn't get it. I looked round that evening, and they still hadn't come out. I thought maybe she'd sent them somewhere to spend the night, or maybe they'd asked to go out on their own. Bridget continued. Sent them where? What are you talking about, Bridget? They're 10 years old. How can they ask themselves to sleep out? Is Linda home? Is she? Mr. Justin was already running into the bedroom where his wife was sleeping peacefully. He didn't hesitate to grab her by the shoulders. Linda, get up. Where are the children? He shouted. What kids, Justin? Are you here? Why are you waking me up? I'm still sleepy, Linda mumbled in her sleep. They're probably asleep too. Mr. Justin grabbed his wife and dragged her to the children's room, opened the door. 2 beds stood unmade. No one was there, of course. You see, they're gone. Tell me, where are they? Where have they gone? Mr. Justin pestered his wife. Linda fought back, extremely unhappy in her sleep. What are you asking me? How do I know? Where are those kids? How can you keep track of them? They've been harassing me all day. They literally harassed me, insulted me, and then they must have gone somewhere. I don't know. Are you crazy? Mr. Justin asked in a quiet, fearful voice. The kids went out and didn't come back for the night, and you didn't even bother to look for them. Oh no, Mr. Justin, I was very worried. I really was. Then I accidentally fell asleep. I was lying down for a second, and I didn't realize. I guess I was too worried, Linda mumbled, realizing she'd done something wrong. How long did you lie down for? You didn't forget to wash your face, change your clothes. Oh, what am I saying? Justin, but I have nerves. I've got nerves, wailed the wife. These kids, they've been teasing me all day long. You don't know how hard it is. They've made me sick. And you've decided to get rid of them. Pray they're found alive and well, Mr. Justin shouted, roughly pulling his wife away and grabbing the phone to call the police. Iris and James, meanwhile, were playing peacefully outside the ranger's hut, looking up at the sky and waiting for the helicopter to come for them. They didn't have a watch, and they didn't know what time it was. And they didn't dare ask Mr. Gregory. He's asleep, after all. He must be tired. But before the rescue helicopter, or the drones tracking them, they waited for 2 unknown men to emerge from the forest. The children, of course, did not know that these 2 had escaped from the colony in their area, but they were still frightened. When they noticed the aliens, they huddled near the porch. The men did not expect to see children here, either, and froze for a moment. But they quickly came to their senses. One of them said, "Hello, little ones. What are you doing here? And where are your parents?" At home, James answered, afraid not so much for himself as for Iris. He realized that the girls were in more trouble than he was aware of. But would he be able to protect her from these strange people? It's good to be home, and the men moved towards the hut, apparently believing that this was the place the boy had called home. Daddy has the gun. I mean, Uncle Gregory, said the boy threateningly, hoping that the strangers would be frightened. But so far only he was frightened. For Mr. Gregory is asleep and has no idea that there are some people here whose intentions are hardly peaceful. Sit here quietly and don't move, commanded the bandit, and tore open the door of the cabin. Mr. Gregory's sleep was alert. He heard the strangers approaching his house and talking to the children before the door opened. He had heard something about escaped convicts, and so he immediately shook off his drowsiness and grabbed his gun. After all, now he had to protect not only himself but also his children. The bandits, having entered, at once saw the weapons pointed at them and decided not to attack. They had nothing with them. They wouldn't have had time to use them anyway. The Forester was much better prepared. They chose to show themselves as peaceful people. Hello, master. Put that gun away. We're We just came to ask directions. The criminal, who seemed to be the main man in the company, spoke up. We got lost, you know. You're a local man, I reckon. Maybe you could tell us the way and give us something to eat. We're starving. Mr. Gregory wasn't really confused, but he just didn't know what to do. He had a walkie-talkie to communicate with the outside world, but he only had 2 hands, and one of them was holding a gun. He realized that it was impossible to leave it behind, so he decided to be cunning. Well, if it's just hunters, that's fine, he said, keeping his finger on the trigger. I'm sorry, I dreamt something in my sleep. I'll show you the way. There's not much food, but what you have is always welcome. The main thing is, don't hurt me and the children, they're my comrades. They'll be here soon. They've also gone into the forest. Such a statement was probably a mistake. The escaped prisoners didn't need unnecessary people. Well, they're not here yet. Give me everything you said and the gun too. And ammunition and everything else you've got. We can use it in the woods. And you've got friends and kids. You'll be safe from bears, said mockingly the same one who took charge. I'll give you everything. Don't worry, said Mr. Gregory, don't touch the kids. What are we? What are we, animals? We love kids. You're a smart man, I see. You've got it all figured out, I reckon. But you don't fight too much and your kids will be fine. We'll take them with us. Give us some cover. That's a good thing. The forester couldn't let that happen. Therefore, having realized that the children were not going to come in, he decided to shoot one of the bandits, hitting him somewhere in the legs. Now there was no time to load the gun. He lunged at the second, who did not look so strong, with his bare hands, hoping to twist him. He didn't even notice the blow to his side. He thought the prisoner had hit him with his fist, but he still managed to knock him to the floor. Only then he noticed that the shirt on his side was wet with blood. Somehow or other, the prisoner was apprehended and the children were saved. Mr. Gregory, however, was rapidly losing blood and realized that he urgently needed help. He managed, after all, to radio what had happened and lay down on the bed. The frightened children came into the hut. Something is not coming, your daddy. But don't be afraid, help will be here soon. Everything will be all right, said the forester. Oh, you're covered in blood. What should we do? I don't know, Iris cried frightfully. Don't worry, just wait, and everything will be fine, the forester reassured them. The helicopter was not going to come for the children. No one expected the children to run into the forest. Mr. Justin called the police and the search began in the city. The police and volunteers again examined all suspicious places, and of course they didn't find the 10-year-old boy and girl. However, when one policeman received a radio message about the arrest of 2 fugitive criminals who were already being taken to the station, it alerted everyone. They had injured a forester, and he has 2 children. They don't know who they are, said the policeman. Soon everyone will be at the police station, and the forester is being taken to the hospital. Who are the children? At least tell me their names. Are they mine? Shouted Mr. Justin, distraught with worry. They didn't say anything. We'll find out soon enough. Well, if they were yours, answered him. Soon Mr. Justin was hugging his daughter and her friend. How did you guys end up in the woods? Did you guys spend the night there? He asked. Well, not exactly. We spent the night at Uncle Gregory's. He's very kind. Only he's been wounded. Please find out how he's doing. What if he's dead? Iris wept bitterly. No, daughter, they say he's alive. We'll go home now, and then I'll call the hospital and find out for sure. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your Uncle Gregory. The doctors are going to save him, and we won't forget, her father reassured her. When Mr. Justin brought the children home, he was already aware of why they had left. As a tearful Linda packed her things, he informed her that they would no longer be living together. Linda tried to justify herself, but only made matters worse. Why Justin? Because of this nonsense. The kids are alive, they're healthy, they're found. I didn't kick them out, they left on their own. What's my fault? She cried. But that couldn't change anything. Her husband was adamant. My daughter needs her mother first, he said. And you're not even fit to be a stepmother. So go wherever you want, to your lover's house, for example, Mr. Justin said sharply. What lover? What are you talking about? Linda mumbled fearfully. I don't have anyone but you. What are you talking about? And Ethan? Has he already left you? Linda, I'm sorry. I know everything. Unfortunately, I kept quiet because I was hoping you and Iris were on good terms and how you pretended to be. But now, thank God, it's over. Linda realized that it was useless to ask for forgiveness and began to pack her things, not yet knowing where she would go. There was no hope that her young lover would accept her, no longer the wife of a rich man, but an abandoned woman with nothing of her own, and she would probably have to return to her parents. Mr. Justin, united with his daughter, seemed to have forgotten Linda's existence. At that very minute, he was concerned only with the state of the children. Did you ask them how they were feeling? If they wanted anything? Dad, you promised you'd find out about Uncle Gregory. Please go to the hospital. Tell him we remember him and love him. We want to see him when he's feeling better, Iris urged, and her father realized he had to reassure her. When he called the hospital, he learned that Mr. Gregory was in quite a serious condition. Don't worry, I'll go and find out and arrange for the best treatment. They won't let you in to see him now anyway. So please stay at home with Bridget. Don't go out the door. And wait for me with good news. He drove to the clinic, not even realizing what news he was about to hear. It turned out that the wounded man's main problem was that he'd lost a lot of blood and needed a transfusion. I'm willing to give my blood. That's not a problem, said Mr. Justin. His blood was taken for a rapid test. When it was ready, the doctor asked, "Well, why didn't you tell me it was your father? Of course, your blood is a perfect match." "Who's my father?" "This man. I've never even seen him in my life," Justin was surprised. He had never seen Mr. Gregory or his father. It was only his mother who had brought him up. She never told him anything about his father. She gave him her own surname and his middle name after his father. That is, Justin's grandfather. And now he's told that his own father is some woodsman he's never heard of. But now there's no one to ask, because his mother's dead, unless he asks the forester himself. But will he tell the truth? Besides, to have a serious conversation, he'd have to be cured first. The blood was taken. Mr. Gregory survived and recovered quite quickly. The boys asked about his health every day, but Mr. Justin decided to talk to the person who might be his closest relative himself first. He took some pictures of his mum, some documents, and went to the hospital. When the forester was moved from the intensive care unit to a regular room, Mr. Justin thanked the man for saving the children and listened to the thanks from Mr. Gregory himself. Finally, he moved on to the question that interested him most. Showing a photo of his young mum, he asked if he knew the woman. The forester took the photograph, looked at it. His hand trembled. Tears came to his eyes. "Yes, Mary, of course I remember. Where is she now? Where is this photo from?" he asked. "Unfortunately, she's dead. And that's my mother. I never knew my father. But they told me here at the hospital that you could be the father," replied Mr. Justin. It came as a shock to the elderly man. Having recently undergone a serious operation, he calmed down a bit and told Mr. Justin the story of meeting his mother. "What can I say? It's like everyone else. They were young, stupid. Both students fell in love and started dating. We were together for a year. I thought we'd be married soon, and then all of a sudden we had a row over nothing, and Mary sent me away. She didn't tell me she was expecting a baby. At first I was chasing after her, trying to get her back, and then I see she's with someone else. So I dropped out of the institute and left. It was unbearable to see her and not be with her. I went to my village, got a job as a forester, so I became a hermit. I haven't married since, no children. But it turns out I do." "What does that mean?" "There are grandchildren too," said Mr. Gregory. "Only a granddaughter, Iris. And the boy is not a son yet," replied Mr. Justin. He himself did not know how he had got those words out of him. At first, James's mom had seemed like a sweet, unhappy woman. But now that he'd gotten to know her better, visiting her in the hospital, he realized how strong yet soulful she was. In her, he saw what he had lacked all his life: strength, soulfulness, kindness, and sincerity. At the age of 20, he was left without a mother. At 27, he lost his beloved. And for the last 4 years, he lived with a woman in whom he was so cruelly mistaken. And now he met someone who needed help, but did not ask for it. On the contrary, she was able to light up someone else's life, to warm him with her warmth. And by chance, here, next to his father, he realized for the first time how he felt about Tori. Yes, he was an adult, used to being responsible for himself and making important decisions. But that didn't mean he didn't need his father to be his friend and mentor. "James and Iris ask about you every day. They want to see you. So get well soon. We'll be coming round to your house soon, and I've got a lot to talk to you about," said Mr. Justin. After saying goodbye to his father, he went to another hospital to see Tori. She was recovering from an operation. For some reason, she was the first person he wanted to tell about what had happened in his life. He was sure she was the one who would understand him, and there was no one else. The children were still young. His wife was gone. The conversation convinced him that he wanted to live with Tori, but he didn't dare tell her yet. Mr. Justin went to the hospital with the children, either to see Mr. Gregory or Tori. He found it easier with his father. When Mr. Justin heard he was about to be discharged, he offered to move into his home, and his grandchildren were delighted. They started asking him to live with them. Mr. Gregory promised to think about it, but how do you suggest it to Tori? You can't just say it out of the blue. I like you. Let's live together. And this to a woman who's still trying to learn how to stand on her own 2 feet. However, during his next visit, the doctor said that the operation was quite successful, and nothing else depends on them in the hospital. Now she herself has a lot of work to do, as the success of rehabilitation depends mostly on the patient. Mr. Justin thought he had every reason to make such a suggestion. The only way I can see now is to take you out of the hospital and into our home. We'll set up one room for rehabilitation, buy the necessary exercise equipment, and hire a special trainer. That's the only way you'll make a speedy and successful recovery, Tori said. I think that's too much. You've done so much for me already, even though it wasn't your fault in the accident. But you're not going to refuse my offer, are you? I'm not going to leave you, but it's going to be a lot harder for you to be home alone with a baby, and I'll have to come and visit you too. I think I can manage on my own. They told me how to work on my legs and back. That's what I'll do. And when I can get around without crutches, I'll finally take James home. How long is he going to stay with you? I assure you he loves it. And it's not a burden on us either. He's expecting you, of course, but I don't think he'll be too upset if you live in my house with him. He's very used to me and Iris. Tori was uncomfortable and hesitated, but in the end she realized that Mr. Justin was right and agreed to move in with him. He himself was unhappy that he couldn't tell her the real reason for his offer. He needed her, Iris. But now he had time for these confessions. The woman he loved now lived in his house, waiting for him every evening, and he could help her by holding long conversations. And one day, as they sat down to dinner together, Mrs. Bridget came in and looked round with a smile at the large table where Tori and Mr. Justin, Mr. Gregory and Mr. Gray, and the children were sitting, and said, "Oh, it's true what they say. When the whole family is together, that's when the soul is in place." The children laughed and clapped their hands. Mr. Justin and Tori were embarrassed, and Mr. Gregory remarked, "Yes, it's a blessing to have a big family. I know how bad it is to live alone." And then in private he said to his son, "I don't know why you're dragging your feet. You understand everything, Tori too. The kids already think of themselves as brother and sister. Iris told me she was afraid Tori and James would leave." Soon the explanation came. It didn't come as a surprise to her. Of course she'd figured it out a long time ago. Except Justin. 1,000,000 women would be happy to hear that confession. And I'm the one hearing it. I can't walk a step without crutches. Isn't that strange? She said with sad irony. It's not strange. It proves I'm serious. I'm not saying I have to go to the registry office right now. I just want you to know, I love you. You've become family to me and to my daughter, and James too. Tori was touched by that speech. In addition, she herself had secretly harbored much stronger feelings for Mr. Justin than gratitude, but she could not admit it even to herself. And even when she heard the confession, she could not dare to confess her feeling. But suddenly I realized how wrong I was. He does everything for me. He says he loves me, but I'm still afraid of something. I love you too, Justin. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I was afraid I'd make it harder. And so it was that they confessed their mutual love for each other. Perhaps because of this, Tori's recovery was more successful. Even the doctors were amazed at her progress. 6 months later, she was walking confidently with only a cane. And Mr. Justin and Tori were married. The happiest people at this celebration were not only the bride and groom, but also their children, the groom's father and Mrs. Bridget. Mother-in-law moved in with her mother-in-law, and when her daughter went to work, she had fun with her son-in-law.mp4. Cassandra woke up at 5 a.m. today, as usual. Her flat was silent, and for some reason her troublesome dog Marcel was sleeping soundly on the doorstep today, making quiet, snoring noises. She poured herself some coffee, made a couple of sandwiches, and sat down to breakfast. It was the first time she'd ever allowed herself such an irregular breakfast, and with sausage, which she disliked all her life. And there was a reason for that. Due to recent events in her life, just last night, Cassandra had come to the conclusion that her life had come to a logical end. Not in the sense that death lay ahead, but in the sense that she would now make no attempt to build her happiness. Last night she stood in front of the mirror and was perplexed. Despite her best efforts to stay young, the deep wrinkles on her face were becoming more and more visible. The corners of her lips were inexorably pulling downwards. Her shoulders were no longer so straight but slightly slumped. Despite the absence of excess weight, the curves of the body are no longer the same. "It's normal at 55, Cassandra. What did you want?" she said to herself. Yes, she had failed to realize happiness, and she was unlikely to do so now. So is there any point in torturing yourself with proper diet and grooming? Unless it's for the sake of health, she thought. But another thought came next. Why do you need health and longevity if you're all alone? What do you intend to do? Do you want to bring more disappointments on your head? Questioned her inner skeptic. To prevent the lovely female cockroaches in her head from dragging her further into the abyss of self-abuse, Cassandra went to wake Marcel. He quickly woke up and started kissing her feet. Here she had the only joy she had been able to gain over the years. She put on Marcel's new fancy Macintosh that she had recently bought at a trade show, and they went for a morning walk together. It turned out Cassandra wasn't the only person up this early. Mrs. Margaret's neighbor had been up for quite some time. Either she's on her way to the clinic or she's on her way back. These pensioners are so quick you can expect anything. "Hello, Cassandra. So are you walking your little fidget spinner?" Cassandra didn't like talking to strangers, but strangers were eager to talk to her, to bemoan the hardships of life, take pity on a lonely and not young woman, and at the same time, go over her heart organs with the soft glamour of moralizing. "Good morning, Mrs. Margaret. Take care," Cassandra said as she passed the curious old woman, intent on not getting stuck in her chatter. She succeeded at last. The grandmother only stopped to start her long, spacey conversation. But here's the trouble: the unloved neighbor skipped on without even casting a glance in her direction. Angry. No, how could she be, when at such years she had no family, no children, and even less grandchildren? I bet she lived like a dragonfly, didn't want to worry, took care of herself. But it's not clear for what. So she'll be old. It's like me. Scott and Gwen are mine. I gave them the best years of my life. I worked hard so my kids wouldn't have to. And then for my grandchildren. Of course, the last time they remembered me was 3 years and 7 months ago. But they're out there somewhere. They're not picking up the phone. Must be busy. Of course they're busy. They're busy. Mom can wait. Or won't she? Oh, how am I supposed to get up the stairs to the 3rd floor? I wish someone would help me. Mrs. Margaret was left to grumble in private. Cassandra, meanwhile, had wandered a little further than her usual morning walk. Recently, she had noticed some new building being actively erected at that end of her favorite park. Today, she noticed a beautiful neon sign. Judging by it, a coffee shop is opening here, which looks very nice. Through the transparent walls, you can see tables for 2, furnished with cute, hanging lanterns over the tables. Cassandra had never gone to places like this before, not from lack of money, but from lack of suitable company. She believed that a lonely person sitting alone was either selfish or deeply unhappy, judged by herself, and never once tried to deal with this misconception. Today, she finally decided to visit the place alone and sat there for an hour, just admiring the morning bustle of city life. She left the coffee shop when the rain had stopped and it was pleasantly fresh. Now she could go home, and then she could take her time getting ready for work. But when she was not far from her house, someone called out to her from behind. "Cassandra." "But wait a minute, where are you going?" She looked back and saw a woman in a long coat running towards her, her red scarf around her neck fluttering in the wind. For the next moment, Cassandra froze in anticipation, an achingly familiar face. "Cassandra, don't you recognize me?" "It's me, Cynthia, I remember." "Oh, it's been so long." Cassandra was surprised. "Of course it has. It's been almost 40 years, come on." "Let's go up, shall we?" said the school friend and opened her arms. But Marcel, who was also looking at the stranger with surprise, suddenly burst into a wild bark and caught hold of her hem. Cassandra felt that she really did not want this hug. To avoid upsetting the man, she patted Cynthia lightly on the shoulder and pulled her body back. But her friend wasn't going to back down. "And let's have tea." Why don't you come to my place? Cynthia suggested. Half an hour later, Cassandra was setting the table and her friend was tense. She clutched her bag tightly to her and kept looking at Cassandra. Her gaze had even become somewhat tense. So tell me, Cynthia, how's life? How are the kids? Or maybe you already have grandchildren? Cassandra asked, pouring hot tea. Please forgive me, Cassandra, she said suddenly. Cassandra did not understand what she meant. What can I ask you for, Cynthia? You and I haven't seen each other in ages, she smiled sincerely. I have something to ask you for. I've come to tell you about it. Just promise me you'll forgive me, said Cynthia, and folded her hands as if she were praying before an icon. Cynthia, I don't mind you at all, and I don't remember there ever being any occasion for it, even if there was. I've long since forgotten. I mean, we were at school then, we were kids. What grudges could there have been then? Cassandra smiled. No, there weren't. I was a mean girl, Cynthia said seriously, and then asked suddenly, Kevin, remember, he was in love with you. Alex. He was in love with you too. How could they not, since you were so beautiful, excellent, and the best girl in town? So I took Alex away from you, married him 2 years after graduation. He's probably lying under the fence outside the house or sleeping on the balcony right now. I started kicking him out a long time ago because when we're drunk we start fighting if we see each other. And this way no one sees anyone, which means that the neighbors and the police will not disturb our peace. That's the life I have with Alex, Cynthia said. Cassandra didn't know how to react. Her friend seemed a little out of touch with reality. How could she speak so directly and impartially about herself? But Cynthia wasn't going to stop. So when Alex was chasing you, I was angry. I really liked him then. Who knew he'd become an alcoholic? I was going to go to art school and become an actress, she said. I went to art school, but I didn't become an actress. I didn't have the urge. Forget it. It doesn't make a difference in life, Cassandra said. You were always ahead of everyone else. That's why I hated you. But will you forgive me? Cynthia asked again. Here Cassandra decided to renew their nostalgia. To that end, she went into the bedroom to get a photo album with Alex, Kevin, Cynthia, with red hair, and the young, beautiful Cassandra. Pulling out the album, she paused for a moment to flip through the pages she wanted, then quickly closed it and returned to the living room. And there a strange thing happened. Cynthia was gone. Cassandra thought she might have retreated to the washroom, but she hadn't. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The front door was still locked. It was unclear how Cynthia could have gone out and locked it from the inside with the key in place. Yes, the years are not spared. It's become strange, mate, she thought. Then she leafed through her album of old photographs for a while, and then remembered that she had to go to work. Since that day, the meeting had not left her mind. Cassandra was still curious to know why she needed to forgive her friend. But from what she could tell, she didn't really understand. She was very curious. So she decided to find Cynthia the next weekend and have a heart-to-heart talk with her, not like she had done that time. It wasn't difficult to remember where her school friend lived. She had her doubts about whether she still lived there or not. It was her parents' flat, after all. And given that Cynthia was an only daughter, it was likely that the flat could have gone to her. Then she should be living there. And yes, Cassandra wasn't wrong. When she knocked on the old door, it wasn't opened for a long time. It wasn't until a few minutes later that a man's voice sounded. It sounded like someone resenting the disturbance. And the next moment the door opened, and on the threshold stood a man in an old t-shirt and stretched sports trousers. "What do you want?" he blurted out. "I'd like Cynthia or Alex. I'm an old family friend," she said, not taking her eyes off the man. "Well, I'm Alex, and this is the first time I've seen you," the man said indignantly. "Yes, Alex, I've already recognized you. May I come inside? I'm Cassandra, remember? And you used to sit in the last desk and do nothing in class. Writing me love letters," she smiled. The man felt as if cold water had been poured over his face. He straightened his back sharply, feeling his swollen face with his hands. "Like Cassandra, no way. This is the meeting ... Come on in now that you've come after all these years," he said, and invited her inside. She was greeted by a shabby flat with the wallpaper ripped off. The furniture was partially broken. The kitchen stools creaked when a person sat on them. There was a pungent odor of booze in the air. Cassandra realized from the number of empty bottles under the kitchen table that Alex hadn't sobered up in a while. "But Cassandra, you certainly surprised me. What are your fortunes? How's your life? How's your family? Loved ones?" he asked. "I have no family or loved ones. It hasn't worked out," she said. "Oh, but what about it? How do you live then? What will happen in your old age? Who will give you a glass of water? Who will bury you?" he asked, shaking his head. Cassandra felt terribly embarrassed, but she didn't want to waste her energy arguing with this man. "Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone left unburied yet. They'll sort it out somehow. Where's Cynthia? I went to see her," she said. "Don't you know about that?" Alex wondered. "She's dead, isn't she? Just like that, just like that. She died. Left me alone," he spread his hands. "That can't be. How did she die? When did she die?" "I saw her 3 days ago," Cassandra said. "No, Cassandra, you're confusing things. Today is the 10th day since Cynthia died. There I have prepared a huge plaque. Look at the dates. Exactly 10 days, Alex said. "That's very strange. I'm really sorry about that. You have my condolences. But I definitely remember seeing Cynthia. She came to visit me," she said. "Oh right, she came to visit me too. She came twice in 10 days. True, it was in my dream. She says, 'Sashka, don't dare to marry another broad, I won't give you life.' My Cynthia is in her repertoire. What was jealous? Sachin remained. God rest her soul," Alex said, and crossed himself awkwardly. Cassandra looked at the wretched man with curiosity. He was one of the enviable, handsome men in town. Everyone predicted a great future for him. He was very popular with the girls. And now there's a drunkard sitting in front of her. "Okay, you hang in there, Alex, I'll go," she said, and got ready to leave. But Alex seemed to have new ideas brewing in his head. "Cassandra, this isn't going to work. We need to memorialize a friend. Sit down for half an hour. I'll go to the shop now," he said. But Cassandra did not heed his words. She was anxious to get out into the fresh air. And when she reached the threshold, Alex managed to surprise her once again. "Cassandra, don't take this badly. It's just that I splurged on the funeral and everything. Ended up with no money, not a penny in my pocket. Give me $200 for bread," he asked. Cassandra silently pulled a couple of notes out of her purse and handed it to him. Alex's eyes lit up. He rejoiced like a child seeing candy. She left the flat, but she was in no hurry to leave. Alex seemed like a decidedly unreliable source of information to her. In the courtyard of the house, Cassandra met an old woman tending to her small front garden below her window. Cynthia. There was a red-haired woman like that who lived here. "You don't know about her?" she asked bluntly. "Who doesn't know her? She lived in this house all her life. She was a good woman. It's a pity she died early," said the old woman. "What do you mean? When did she die?" she clarified. "Yes, recently, either last week or the week before," the old woman waved her hands. "And 3 days ago?" Cassandra asked. 3 days ago, what the old woman was surprised. "I saw her 3 days ago. She was alive. Maybe you mistook her for someone else. I remember that day. I had to go to the vegetable market, and they said Cynthia was dead. And I go to the market once a fortnight on Sundays. If you count from that day, that's about over a week ago. They said she was dead. We got together, cleaned her up, had a funeral. She was given a full honor. May she rest in peace, since she has seen nothing good in this world. May she be repaid there," the old woman said. After talking to her neighbor, Cassandra was left even more perplexed. There was no longer any doubt that Cynthia had died 10 days ago, but her visit of 3 days ago was also real. True, there were some odd details that Cassandra quickly forgot about the following week and turned her attention to her own affairs. But the story seemed to be just beginning. Their second meeting happened just as suddenly. That afternoon, Cassandra visited her adopted daughter, who was living her own life, and made sure she was doing well. The girl had settled well into adulthood and had no intention of returning to it. Nor did she have any intention of returning to it. She didn't want to restrict her adopted daughter's freedom, so she would return in good spirits in the evening. Cassandra. Cassandra, wait, she heard shouting. And when she turned round, she saw Cynthia still running towards her. She was wearing the same long coat and red shawl, though the weather had been much warmer since their first meeting. She was still clutching her bag and caught up with her in a hurry. "Come on, let's go and have tea," Cynthia said straight to her forehead. Cassandra knew she shouldn't fall for this strange woman's suggestion, but some force seemed to be pushing her forward. No sooner had she gathered her will in her fist than she spoke again. "Let's go to your place and have tea," she repeated. Cassandra led her home as if hypnotized. This time she felt more vividly the coldness and alienation coming from her friend. The scenario of the meeting repeated itself exactly the same. "You forgive me. I've come to repent," Cynthia stated bluntly when she found herself in Cassandra's flat. "And why do your loved ones think you're dead?" "What's the joke?" Cassandra asked. "Yeah, that's what they said. You wait here for me. I'm running to the shop. I want to bring you a cake. We'll have tea," Cynthia repeated and nimbly slipped out the door. Cassandra sensed that there was clearly some mystery here. Without thinking, she went out the door to follow Cynthia's route. But the very next second she was nowhere to be found. Cassandra even went down the stairs on purpose. But there was no sign of Cynthia. And in the past, there were many things they had in common. Chapter 2. Classes for the 9th grade were boring. While the geometry teacher outlined incomprehensible figures on the blackboard and derived theorems, the students wasted no time. A little letter flew into Matthew's notebook. In it, one of his friends wrote that the ugly duckling from the parallel class was in love with him. Matthew was upset. Now it would be a bad name for him in the tough teenage world. But the real passions were simmering in another circle. The boy Kevin and the boy Alex loved Cassandra, and Alex was in love with Cynthia. Also between them was Marion, who was close friends with Cynthia. Cassandra was different from everyone else, and since first grade she hadn't given anyone the palm of her hand in both academics and activity. And by the time she was 16, she had become such a fluttery doe that anyone would look up to her. Boys from the upper classes sighed languidly and did not dare to approach her. Alex was a daredevil. He was a brawler and a bully in the class. If he couldn't get something the easy way, he took it the hard way. Cassandra understood that, and in order not to make her admirer angry, she behaved ambiguously with him. She didn't open up to him rudely, but she didn't let him get too close. That's not the case with Kevin. His name often appeared in her maiden diary. "We'll build our bright future together," she wrote, setting herself up for adulthood. And Alex was often in Cynthia's diary. "He's so manly that even dreaming about him gives me goosebumps. But it's a pity he's indifferent to me. He doesn't have a self of his own, or he wouldn't have gone after Cassandra. Loving Cassandra is just a fashion in this town. There's nothing sincere about it. He should be mine. He deserves my love," Cynthia wrote about him. But at some point Alex noticed that he was losing against the charismatic Kevin. Then he decided to be more active. Now every day after school he waited for Cassandra at the school gate, gave her a chocolate bar, and walked her home. Kevin completely believed Cassandra's words and thought that they were just friends. But this picture was unbearable for Cynthia. She'd tried stuffing her hair with chemistry, and her parents had persuaded her to buy newfangled overseas jeans. And she had a tape recorder with lights and music. But Alex didn't care about any of that. "I only love you. And I'm just being polite to other guys so they don't spread rumors behind my back," Cassandra told Kevin. And he didn't doubt the truth of her words. Kevin lived with dreams of the future, because he had little motivation to live in the present. His parents died when he was 5 years old. It fell to his grandmother to take care of him when he turned 9. Grandma was no longer the same. Her strength was no longer enough to care for her grandson in the large household. Then the grandmother called her eldest son and told him about her situation. The eldest son quickly found a solution. He moved his family to his mother's house. They were tired of living in a flat in the city center. The move happened quickly. Now the house was crowded and noisy. Grandma lay in bed, realizing that day by day her life was coming to an end. Cheryl, the eldest son's wife, immediately took the reins of the household. "Kevin needs to move to a smaller room," she said. "Now he has 3 nephews. They need a bigger room," she declared. Kevin then immediately felt that he was now on bird rights in this house. He had to give in, as his grandmother was no longer interested in him. A couple of months later, Grandma died in his arms, although she had bequeathed her house to Kevin. His uncle, after his mother's death, didn't consider his opinion. "You're a big bloke now, you should make your own life on your own. And the house by law goes to the children of the deceased. But when I die, you will share this house equally with your nephews," he said, and the teenager did not dare to argue with him. The atmosphere in the house after the death of his grandmother deteriorated not by the day, but by the hour. Aunt Cheryl was unhappy with everything Kevin did. Her uncle was in on it. On top of that, one nephew complaining about him, then another Kevin had become a whipping boy, literally. And when one day Aunt Cheryl claimed that money had gone missing from her bag and suspected Kevin of it, he couldn't bear the offense and decided to go off on his own. He was lucky enough to get into a technical college in a neighboring state. He chose this institution simply because it provided a dormitory for students. Parting with Cassandra was the hardest part. Since the day Kevin had left, they had spent every night together on a hill near the town, sitting on the lawn and looking at the moon, dreaming of the future and believing in it. On the appointed day, Kevin left, and they never met again. Meanwhile, at school, the students whispered among themselves and giggled after Cassandra. She didn't know what was going on. All came to light later when the teacher came out of the classroom. "Cassandra, is it true what they say about you?" the girls asked and surrounded her. Cassandra was perplexed. Then Marian decided to clarify it herself. "But what everyone is saying is that you went out with this Travis guy, got pregnant by him, and now you don't know what to do with the baby." Cassandra's mind was leaving the ground beneath her feet. Yes, just a couple of days ago she had been to the local gynecologist. But how was she to know that the doctor would violate professional ethics and divulge information? Cassandra blushed, and the girls looked at each other meaningfully. So it was true, each decided for herself. Cassandra was mortified. She tried to save face somehow. "There was no such thing. I never even talked to that Travis guy," she said. And Travis was known throughout the town because he had recently served nearly 15 years and was now a local crime lord. He was close to the local cop, and he got away with a lot of things, including assaulting any girl he liked. To Cassandra, it sounded like a real insult. But what was she to do about her pregnancy? Rumors began to spread through the town like dandelions in the wind. Within a couple of days, every person she met was looking at her with a leer. And grandmothers would spit and whisper at the sight of her. And when the rumors reached Cassandra's mother, it was the end of the world. Her mother, Mrs. Margaret, was a bossy woman by nature. She never really spoiled her daughter, warning her from a young age that if she chose any guy, she could forget about higher education and career. Mother frightened her daughter that relations with any boy promises her a repeat of her mother's fate, when the meaning of life becomes a house, vegetable garden, chicken co-op, and clinic. The ominous news did not escape Mrs. Margaret. She heard it from her neighbors, with whom she had competed all her life. She came home determined to give her daughter a thorough interrogation. In the evening, Cassandra was expected to deal with the debriefing. "I've heard that my daughter has been badly behaved." "What do you mean by that?" Her mother put the question squarely. Cassandra stood silently and blushed. "Speak. Is it true that you went out and got pregnant by Travis the thug? That your breasts haven't really grown? You want a man?" already asked her mother in an angry tone. "But Mum, I haven't even met him. It's someone else's idea. I've never had any contact with this Travis," said Cassandra. "What difference does it make now?" The gynecologist told her friend, and she spread it all over town. "How am I supposed to look people in the eye now that I raised such a slutty girl?" "What were you thinking when you spread your legs in front of him?" Mother said, and rolled her eyes. "Mum, do you believe strangers or your daughter?" "I haven't met Travis, and I think I have a child with someone else," she said, shaking with fear. "What do you mean that's not true? How are you not ashamed to tell me this? My God, what is to be done now? Who is the father of the child? Tell me straight out, now I'll go to him and arrange it." "No, I'll go straight to the police." "You're not even 18 yet. We have to punish this bastard. Or she'll say that she lay under him herself," the mother shouted. Her attitude about the police frightened Cassandra. She didn't want the fruit of her love to become the subject of a criminal case. But her mother wasn't going to back down now either. Cassandra then made the decision to stand up for herself and her feelings at all costs. She simply shut up and said nothing more. As time passed, her mother scolded her almost every day. And when the rumor reached the headmaster, the young girl's trouble took on new dimensions. The headmaster immediately called Mrs. Margaret to the school. The entire teaching staff gathered in his office. "Your daughter's behavior is not in keeping with school ethics. I can't allow other girls to see this and take her as an example. We're expelling your daughter. You can pick up your documents today," the principal said. And the other teachers fully supported him. Mrs. Margaret had not yet given up hope of fixing the situation, so she offered her own solution. "There will be no child. My daughter must finish school. Please give us a chance. I'll handle her behavior myself," she pleaded. But the principal was adamant. What was happening in their house worried everyone. The whole family felt that Mrs. Margaret had brought Cassandra up badly, that she was spoiled and out of control. Her older sister Rachel was especially partial to this. She gloated and wasn't going to hide it. "Your favorite youngest daughter? That's how she has proved herself," she said almost every day as she strutted around the house. Then Rachel also remembered what she thought was her grandmother's unfair love for Cassandra. Grandmother had a soft spot for her too. She even left her family ring to her before she died. But nothing for me. Had she known what her favorite granddaughter would turn into in just a few years, she wouldn't have been so loyal, Rachel said with a smirk. Only now did Cassandra realize how much the ring had hurt her sister's ego. Even Mrs. Margaret was in agreement. "We could sell that ring and update the renovations. But she won't give it back. She's hiding it safely somewhere. Who knew my daughter would have such a taste for jewelry," she said. Sometimes Cassandra had to move the ring from place to place each time. But there was another reason for her grandmother bequeathing her special ring to Cassandra, a reason that only she and her late grandmother knew about. Ever since Cassandra was little, her grandmother had told her about this ring. "This jewelry is a source of power, but no word must be spoken of it. This ring is not to be worn all the time. You must wear it when someone has wronged you very much and you cannot deal with your offense. Then the ring will show its power. Better yet, you must do everything you can to forgive the offender," her grandmother said. Cassandra didn't understand what it all meant, but she didn't know at the time that the power of the ring, along with the will, passed to her. And when her grandmother found herself dying, the first thing she had asked for was to retrieve her ring from a far corner of the attic and hand it to Cassandra. Her mother, who had been anxious for so many years to at least try on the ring, was outraged. "My mother-in-law never even let me touch it. Such a thing should not be put in everyone's hands. A person must have the mental strength not to cause trouble. And that is the kind of strength I see in my Cassandra," she said. And Mrs. Margaret and her sister Rachel were even angrier at Cassandra. By the time Cassandra's pregnancy was discovered, the reticence about the ring had faded into the background. But Rachel had managed to remind her mother of everything and rock the painful issue again. Mrs. Margaret, the head of the family, threw another scandal. "I have a new decision this time. It's all decided. Let's go for an abortion. I'll drive you myself. Since we got into this disgrace, at least we should save face in front of people," she said. Cassandra's mother's decision made her hair stand on end. By then, the new life in her belly was already moving and showing signs of active life. Cassandra felt a vivid sense of happiness with every movement. And when she remembered that the whole world was no longer ready for the arrival of this baby, the ground went out from under her feet. "I will not go for any abortion." "How can you suggest such a thing to me yourself, being a mother?" Cassandra interrupted. But it was all in vain. Mrs. Margaret had already made an appointment with the local doctor for Wednesday at 8 and warned her daughter to get ready. But at 8 on Wednesday, the mother found her daughter's room empty. By then, Cassandra had already managed to board a departing long-haul bus, having previously brought a couple of dresses, sports bags, and her grandmother's ring. She made her way to visit a distant relative who lived in a neighboring small town. When Cassandra was little, Aunt Elizabeth loved her very much, spoiled her in every possible way. After she married Robert, a nice guy, she began to come to them less and less often. Little Cassandra looked forward to Aunt Elizabeth's visits and enjoyed her company immensely. Many years had passed since then, but Aunt Elizabeth was remembered in Cassandra's mind as a symbol of pure, accepting adult love. Upon seeing their niece, Aunt Elizabeth and her husband Robert were quite surprised. "How did you come to us? What are you doing here? How did Mrs. Margaret let you go alone?" Aunt Elizabeth asked when they were already seated at the table drinking tea. "I seem to be coming to see you for a long time, but believe me, I won't embarrass you. I need some time somewhere to settle down. And then I'll go to work, and I'll give the baby to the kindergarten. We can live on our own," Cassandra pleaded when she heard the pregnancy story. Aunt Elizabeth was genuinely perplexed. "You were right to leave home, considering you have been betrayed by those closest to you and cut out of the circle of life. I feel sorry for them when they have to answer to God for it. It will be a pitiful sight," she said at the table. Robert was also heartened by Cassandra's distress. "Never mind the family squabbles. Who doesn't have them? It's usually the people closest to us who cause the most drama in life. You need to think about yourself now, about your baby. Elizabeth, what can we offer the girl?" he asked his wife. "Your care, complicity, and help. But let me speak my vision. Cassandra, if you don't like our idea, you take no offense. Just look at it as an option. When your baby comes into the world and you want to move on with your life, then keep in mind that you can leave him to us. We'll raise him as our son. You don't mind, do you?" Robert offered. "Of course I don't mind. It can't be otherwise. Let the little one stay with us as long as he needs to. At least we will fulfill the role of grandparents until he comes of age," Elizabeth said. Cassandra was very grateful to him, and this she could only express through her tears. When her aunt began to comfort her, she spoke up. "My whole family, all my friends and relatives have turned against me. And you are so magnanimous? I didn't think there could be such people in the world. I'll thank you for the rest of my life. I had thoughts of committing suicide if you didn't accept or judge me. But now I have made up my mind to live," she said, and wept bitterly. Aunt Elizabeth gave Cassandra a separate room. Before going to bed, Cassandra thought of her grandmother and was tempted to test the power of her ring. She was curious to see how it would perform. She took it out of her bag and twirled it in her hand. And when she remembered that the ring's power was sometimes a little dark, she put it back in her bag. Despite her grievances, she didn't want to hurt any of her loved ones. Chapter 3. 2 years have flown by quickly. Little Miles is lying in his pram, telling Aunt Elizabeth something in his own language. He is generally very fond of this family. When Aunt Elizabeth took Cassandra in, she feared that her children and husband might eventually claim that a stranger was cramping their space. But that didn't happen. And when Miles was born, the whole family's lifestyle changed. Daughter and son Elizabeth, who previously did not take their eyes off the screens of their gadgets, enthusiastically accepted the baby. To them, he was like a wonderful, unpredictable toy. Each of them was eager to spend more time with this calm and sweet baby. Even Robert got caught up in the work. He even shared his inspiration with Elizabeth recently. "Mother, you and I, for how many years? 10, I think we've been in agony. I don't know how to stop our kids from fighting with each other. Once Miles came along, everything fell into place. I personally haven't seen swearing and fighting between them in a long time," he said. "Yeah, it's great. They've taken a fancy to a younger relative. It's going to be hard for them when they find out that Miles is a special kid, and that he'll never be able to walk. I've decided to keep it from them for now. I'd have to get Cassandra to accept the idea first. Our babies will get over it somehow," she said. Yes, a congenital disability is certainly not an easy thing to deal with. But look at how smart the boy is. If you think hard enough, wheelchair users can quite easily live as full-fledged human beings, too. They can learn manual labor, socialize on the internet, and make friends. Cassandra shouldn't have been depressed. She should talk about it more often, Robert said. Just then Cassandra came in. She put the bag of groceries on the table and immediately threw herself into a doting session with her son. "So have you not been tormented much by your nephew? What would I do without you? I have no idea. But I'm thinking of all sorts of things. Hopefully Miles and I will be able to live on our own soon," she said. "You should study properly so you have some prospects. Maybe it's time you stopped caring for the seriously ill. Do you have a family to take care of? You're not going to be torn forever," Aunt Elizabeth said. Cassandra did not get a job as a waitress or shop assistant, as her aunt had advised, but for some reason went to work as a hospice nurse. Her job was not easy. Sometimes she had to stay out all night. The epic of communicating with hospice residents and having compassion for them is a separate story. I would love to train as a doctor, but it costs a lot of money. It's my dream for now. Maybe it will remain a pipe dream, Cassandra sighed, and went off to take the ship out from under the seriously ill old people. But the money she earned wasn't enough to cover all her needs. Miles grew older, demanding more expenses. His health and life demanded more money. That's when Cassandra realized that working as a waitress in a restaurant or hotel wasn't such a bad idea. That day she went to her boss with a strong determination to quit. But the hospice manager was busy. Asked to wait for a while, Cassandra was not allowed to wait. The head nurse called her in and told her that a new patient had arrived and that she had to deal with him. Despite the difficulties, Cassandra loved her job. Or rather, she loved herself when she showed compassion to the residents of this facility and lifted their spirits a little. She imagined an old man or woman of advanced years as a new guest. But in the room she saw a young guy in a wheelchair. "Hi, I'm Cassandra. You're in good hands now. They will take the best care of you here," she said. "Thank you, Cassandra. There's not much joy. But where to go? This is my final destination." "I don't have much choice," he said without changing the sad expression on his face. Cassandra felt his heartache immediately, and the resilience with which he endured it. His name was Michael. She noticed his stylish haircut, athletic build, subtle mannerisms, and piercing sincerity. From his medical records, she learned that Michael was only 31 years old. He'd been a pilot until he suffered an injury that left his spine in disrepair. On top of that, the guy was diagnosed with terminal cancer. So young and promising was doomed. The two quickly found a rapport. Cassandra noticed that she was able to influence his mood. Michael became more agreeable to her, but their warm friendship wasn't going to stop her from quitting this low-paying job. And that day had come. "I'm going to quit. I'm sure you'll get better. You'll get back on your feet, and you and I will go for more walks in the park," she said. "You won't be here anymore then." "What about me?" Didn't allow that thought. "Well, good luck wherever you are," he said, and didn't speak to her again. Cassandra had not yet written a letter of resignation, but she had learned from the nurses that Michael had become clinically depressed and that he needed to be prescribed more medication. Cassandra related this to his difficult situation once again as she rushed to the head doctor's office with her statement. A man of advanced years caught up with her in the corridor. "Young lady, I have a serious conversation to have with you," he said. "It would be better if we talked about it informally. Let's go into the courtyard. There are benches there." "I don't have time for another," Cassandra said. The head doctor was busy again, and she was unable to submit her application. In the meantime, she decided to listen to the strange man. Within minutes, she was already sitting next to him and listening to him. "My name is Mr. Winston. I'm the father of the guy in Ward 8. His name is Michael," he said. "Yes, I know Michael. I sympathize with you. But your son is doing well," Cassandra said. "I have a business proposition for you. The fact is that Michael has at most 1 year to live, maybe even less. When I brought him here, he got better. Because he started talking to you, and he really liked you. After he became disabled, he was dumped by the girl he loved. My heart aches for my son, and when he found out you were quitting your job, he felt bad again. Please stay a little longer," Mr. Winston said. Cassandra sighed heavily. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I have good reasons for doing so. And your son is in good hands. Our doctors will do an excellent job of improving his quality of life. Now I have to go," she said, and was about to leave. But Mr. Winston took her hand. "I'm willing to pay you a lot of money. Ask for whatever you want, but just let my son live the last days of his life in joy and happiness," he said. The offer to pay seemed strange to Cassandra. It was even more difficult for her to agree to it, and it seemed as if she would have to deceive a seriously ill man for her own gain. But when Mr. Winston persisted in offering her his terms for several days in succession, she agreed. "It's enough for me to pay half my current salary. As it is, I don't want to profit in this way," she said. Mr. Winston did just that. Every month he brought her exactly half of her salary. Cassandra quickly realized that this money was not enough for her. But she wasn't going to bargain. But she couldn't leave the hospice either. Michael, it's so nice to have someone like you in the world, she said. Do you really love me, or is it just pity? Michael often asked. And Cassandra had by then grown genuinely fond of him. I really love you and I really want you to live. We could have everything ahead of us, she would say. 7 months flew by. Once again, when Cassandra arrived at work in the morning, she was caught by bad news. Your patient has passed away. A blood clot broke off, her colleagues told her. For Cassandra, the fragile world in which she had barely built a little corner of happiness for herself crumbled. Leaving all business behind, she went to his funeral. Mr. Winston was without consolation. At the funeral, she saw his friends, for the first time pilots and sportsmen, all uniformly successful. After seeing Michael off on his last journey, Mr. Winston asked Cassandra to stay a while. A serious conversation took place between them again. I have something to give you, he said, and held out a flash drive. This is where Michael kept his diary. Among other things, he wrote about his feelings for you. Let this be with you. Cassandra took the flash drive and pressed her palm against it with an aching heart. But Mr. Winston had no intention of letting her go. He retired to his room, and from there he returned with a weighty, large envelope. Here's the money. I thought at the time that you would ask for a flat or a car in return for your attention to my son, but you surprised me with your modesty, and the money was in the bank at a savings interest. It was more than I was going to pay you. Take it and buy yourself something substantial, he said. Cassandra's objections he did not accept. She took the money and counted the houses. There was enough there to buy a studio flat in her town or go to medical school. Cassandra chose the second option. Being a medical student gave her some kind of inexplicable happiness. That day she walked Donald in his pram and dreamed of how soon her new student life would begin and how she would be so passionate about her studies. But her reverie vanished suddenly. A painfully familiar face was walking towards her on the pavement. She knew from his smile that he recognized her. It was Kevin. Hi, Cassandra. This is my friend Scarlett. Scarlett, this is Cassandra. She and I went to school together, he said. And I see you already have a baby boy too. So you're married. Good for you, he added. Scarlett said something back, but Cassandra couldn't hear what she was saying. Dry phrases like went to the same school and you have a baby boy affected her like an icy shower. Yeah, I'm doing great. I see you're doing well too. It was good to see you. We should get home, she said and walked on. Kevin wanted to ask for her phone number, but it would be indecent to do so in front of his girlfriend. He looked behind her, but she didn't. She looked at Donald sleeping in the pram. How much he looks like his father, walking arm in arm with his new girlfriend right now, and not even remembering what happened between us a few years ago, Cassandra thought. The pain and resentment was burning her from the inside out. At home, for the first time in years, she pulled her grandmother's ring out of a far corner and twirled it around in her hands. She really wanted to put it on and think of a happy new life of carefree Kevin. But at the last minute, she remembered her grandmother's words about how it was best to forgive one's abusers. Cassandra had no time for resentment and suffering, so she decided that evening that she would never think of him again. And so she did. Student life quickly became mired in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. It was lucky that Cassandra now had the option of getting a nanny and leaving Donald with her. I can't spend the rest of my life sitting on my aunt's neck, even if she doesn't mind, she thought. As well as her studies, Sebastian came into her life. They met outside the university when he came to pick up his mother, who works here as a lecturer. Now you don't have to worry about sessions. If anything, Mum will help you, Sebastian said, trying to please Cassandra. No, absolutely not. Mistakes can be made by a fashion designer or a hairdresser. It won't make the world fall apart. And when a doctor makes a mistake because of a weakness of knowledge, it decides someone's fate. That's why I set the bar high for myself, she said, thereby causing him to respect and awe her even more. Cassandra worried that the strict professor might not want to accept her into her family. It's a professorial environment out there, and here's a girl with a dark past and a disabled child, she worried. She decided to hide the presence of Donald in her life from Sebastian. I worked in a hospice. Severely ill people are a special category. Working with them, you grow and expand as a person yourself. If you have the strength, of course, Cassandra said about her past. Not such a profession for me either. I'm not callous, of course, but I have no compassion for the weak, and I wouldn't want to be in their position myself. If illness overtakes me in my old age, I'll ask you to euthanize me. It's the best thing that can happen to the seriously ill. It should be allowed by law, Sebastian reasoned. At such moments, Cassandra was once again convinced that she had been right to hide the fact that she had a seriously ill child. 6 months into their romantic relationship, he sat before her on his knees and held out the ring. "Be mine forever. I've never met such an amazing girl before," Sebastian said. And his mother, who was a witness, looked at them with emotion. Cassandra was confused, as she had not expected such a drastic turn in her fortunes. Instead of joyfully jumping on his neck, she took time to think over his proposal and weigh everything. In fact, during this time, she came to consult her Aunt Elizabeth. "My boyfriend asked me to marry him," she said. "Well, congratulations, honey. I'd be surprised at that chap if he didn't propose to a girl like that," said Aunt Elizabeth. "You know how to make me happy, as always. But I'm worried because I hid the existence of Donald from him. I thought they would call him a burden. And anyway, a woman with a disabled child isn't likely to fit into anyone's life." "What am I supposed to do now?" Cassandra asked. "But you didn't, so you'll leave it at that. And bring Donald to us. Robert and I have told you 100 times we're ready to adopt him. We'll raise him like our own, and we'll take care of him. So what if your kid can't walk? He's got the brains of me and 3 healthy children. How kind is he? Compassion is a different story. Don't worry. Just arrange your life," the aunt advised. And this option seemed acceptable to her. The lavish wedding in the professor's family took place a month later. Aunt Elizabeth and Robert brought Donald there in a pram and introduced him to the guests as their baby. Cassandra could visit him anytime she wanted without hurting her new life. Everything was going well until one morning she received an alarming call from Aunt Elizabeth. "Donald has taken ill. We got to the hospital, we've been admitted. He's got pneumonia. I don't know what the cause is. I've been dusting him off," Aunt Elizabeth said in tears. Cassandra left everything behind and rushed to the hospital. And yes, the aunt was right. Donald was extremely weak. The doctors had promised to fight for him, but his weak immune system wasn't going to help them. Cassandra had a new life that began under the window of the intensive care unit. Sebastian didn't understand why his young wife was so heartbroken over her supposedly distant nephew's illness, and Cassandra spent days at the hospital. The spouse very soon protested about it. "The boy has parents, has his own family. I don't see what difference your running around makes," he said. "He's not feeling well. His eyes are so sad, missing me. How do you not realize that?" Cassandra resented. Sebastian crouched down beside her, looked into her eyes. "Cassandra, this child is doomed from birth. As a reasonable person and as a future medical professional, you should realize that this child is not going to do well. You don't last long with this kind of health at all. Get used to the idea that he may not even be here," he said. Cassandra burst into tears. "How heartless are you, it turns out. If it were our child, would you reason the same way?" she asked. "It may sound cruel, but I'm a realist. Cassandra, if I had a child like that, I'd rather it stay in a maternity hospital or an infant home somewhere. Why delude yourself with empty hopes? I don't understand parents like that," he said. "Just be quiet. Please don't say anything else," Cassandra stated. "No, I'm just trying to make a real point. Children like this are usually born to those who lead immoral lifestyles. God punishes their parents that way. You have no need to worry about that. Our children will be healthy because I am healthy and you are healthy. This problem will never affect us, believe me, honey," he said. "And I guess I was wrong about you, but it's time to correct that. Let it be known to you that Donald is my son, and I gave birth to him 4 years ago. I am his real mother and I am ready to fight for my son for the rest of my life," she stated. Sebastian didn't want to believe her words for a long time at first, but Cassandra told it like it was. "You never told me who his father is?" Why isn't he taking care of his child? Sebastian asked. I don't want to wrap my head around that question. The father doesn't even know he has a son. He's doing well in life, and the pleasure, as I realized it 2 years ago. But Donald and I can manage without him, Cassandra said. Since that day, her relationship with Sebastian had changed a lot. He wasn't going to change his mind, and she wasn't going to pretend anymore. Donald found his strength and pulled himself out of a serious illness. He was discharged home, and Cassandra finally calmed down, but still spent a lot of time around him. A couple of months later, Sebastian decided to take action as well. One evening, Cassandra didn't wait for him for dinner. His phone was switched off. He arrived in the morning and didn't want to answer her questions about where he was and why he hadn't warned her. Cassandra didn't make a scene. Exactly 1 week later, it happened again. This time, Sebastian came home drunk in the morning and found his wife gone, with a note on the table saying they were over. Sebastian didn't bother to persuade her to come back. They met a month later to discuss the details of the divorce. He himself was the first to file, the first to leave with a document of dissolution of marriage. They went their separate ways without looking back. Chapter 4. Years passed. The clinic's top doctor, Cassandra Morris, is summoned to the chief doctor's office today. Cassandra. There's a conference coming up in Los Angeles. I suggested your candidacy. The trip is short, only 5 days, said the elderly professor, who had been kind to her in a fatherly way since the early days. Cassandra was glad, because she had long wanted to get away for a couple of days and get a change of scenery. How is your son? Do you have someone to take care of him in your absence? The professor asked. Yes, we do. We have good ones. And Donald himself is big now. He's learned to look after himself sitting in a pram. All is well with us, she said, and began to prepare for the trip. The event captivated her. On the first day, she gave a speech. The entire auditorium applauded her. It was her first similar experience. She was very happy when everyone was dismissed for a coffee break. A handsome man approached her. You have performed beautifully. My name is Andrew. I'm in the business of bringing high technology to medicine. We have our own research lab. We plan to set up a manufacturing facility, he said. Andrew, what a pleasure. How about we go out for an evening walk after the event? Cassandra asked flirtatiously. On a wave of good cheer, I was gladly just about to suggest that. After all, it's a whole 5 days ahead of us. I don't like to be bored, he replied. In the evening, he waited for her outside the hotel. They walked along the seafront, drank wine from the bottle, laughed a lot, and chatted about everything. Cassandra didn't ask him any unnecessary questions, didn't even ask him what his wife thought about it or how many children he had. She was sure that such a successful and attractive man was definitely not alone. As the time passed midnight, she made a suggestion. We should get to your room. She captured his lips with her lips. He took her in his arms, and within an hour they were merging in heated kisses in his room. In the morning he woke up alone and was sad that Cassandra hadn't stayed late for breakfast together. In the afternoon they agreed to repeat the evening walk. The walk again ended in a hot night. Passion in his hotel room. The following evenings there was a joint dinner at a restaurant, going to the cinema, and sitting on a bridge studying the night sky. It turned out Andrew lived in the same city as Cassandra. He changed his return ticket so he could be on the same flight as her. Upon arrival, he drove her to the driveway. She was in a hurry to get home. It's been great. Goodbye, she said one last time and quickly got out of the car. He believed their romance was just beginning. But it wasn't until that evening that he remembered his reckless behavior. He hadn't written down her phone number, and in fact he only knew her name and nothing else. To all his questions about the details of her life, she only joked away and changed the topic of conversation. He still didn't want to believe that she wasn't going to have a relationship with him. Cassandra was content to take a little prank in her gray everyday life. A growing Donald was retelling her the contents of a new book he had read in her absence. Mother and child hugged each other to their heart's content and were happy to be together again. The very next day she forgot about Andrew and set to work, but her fate was not going to give her peace. Another surprise came to her head with the urgent delivery of a patient with severe injuries. An urgent operation was required. The professor had assigned the new patient to Cassandra. On the operating table, she saw a familiar face. Her heart felt like it was turning over. But as a doctor, she had no right to give in to her emotions. The critically ill patient regained consciousness 4 days later. This was reported to Cassandra by a nurse. Brown has opened his eyes, but he seems to have memory loss, she said. Cassandra was looking forward to this. She came into the room. Well, hello, Kevin. Congratulations, today is your 2nd birthday, she said. Thanks, girl, but I don't have time to talk. I have to drive home. I've got things to do. Get all these wires off me, Alex said and tried to stand up. Yes, it seems the nurse was right. He didn't recognize her. You can't get up yet. Forget all the cases, they can wait. You need to think about your health. My name is Cassandra. Maybe that means something to you, she asked. Cassandra was the name of my friend's daughter. I mean, she's only 5 years old. Has she grown up so fast? Why are you wearing a white dressing gown? Cassandra, Alex asked in a fit of frenzy. While she was checking his degree of adequacy, a policeman knocked on the ward, who was also impatient to see Alex come to his senses. I have to question him. He's suspected of beating up 2 individuals, the man said. No questioning. The sick man is not yet in a condition to participate in the investigation. Please leave him alone. He has barely survived on his own. Sister, please don't let anyone see the sick man, Cassandra said lastly. She spent the whole day wondering what kind of trouble Alex had gotten himself into, what kind of legal action he was facing. It didn't take long to figure out. A woman appeared on his doorstep. It was the same Scarlett. You're his spouse, I take it, Cassandra asked. Yes, I need to see my husband. Why are your nurses preventing this? I demand to be in charge, Scarlett parried. The man in charge will also tell you that you must not tire a patient after an operation. You'd better leave, said Cassandra. But Scarlett decided to wiggle her rights. I'm going to call my daddy now and he'll clean this place up. It's a mess, not a hospital, she blustered across the corridor. Then she actually dialed someone and started complaining loudly that she was not allowed to see her husband. But the other end of the line didn't seem to be in any hurry to intervene. Scarlett then became hysterical. Cassandra had to call the same policeman who had been waiting outside Alex's room for days. He helped to calm the girl down, promising to sort things out. Then he came into Cassandra's office. What's all the drama surrounding my patient, she asked. And this is Deputy Robertson's daughter. We've known her well since she learned to walk as a baby, always getting into adventures. And then her father calls our supervisor and demands we sort it out. The investigator spread his hands. So what is it this time, Cassandra asked. Family drama this time. You'll forgive me for talking about other people's private lives. I shouldn't say that in the interest of the investigation. But you understand me as an expert. So she was jealous of her husband. He's a good bloke, this Alex. It's not the first time he's come to us, thanks to his wife. She has a history of jealousy, fights and suicide threats. This time Scarlett was hanging out at some private club. There she had a conflict with 2 guys. She called her husband and told him they were going to rape her. So the dude comes after her and gives them a beat down. They got scared and handed the guy over to their bodyguards. Beat you or him up. And those 2 cowardly guys also filed a report on him. Their fathers have called our supervisor several times, demanding punishment. That's the kind of fun life he has. Lucky he's alive, the policeman said. So it's all about the wife. She doesn't like the quiet life, Cassandra elaborated. Yes, I'm 100% sure of that, because at every conflict I myself questioned everyone, made inquiries myself. I feel sorry for the guy, he's a decent man. I will try to make sure that he will not go to jail for anything. His hysterical wife won't let that happen. Because if he does, her violent temper won't be tolerated, he said. Cassandra realized that Alex's fortunes were not so rosy. There were police proceedings ahead of him. In the present, he was being harassed by his hysterical wife. So where does he care about his firstborn son, Donald, who is already reading classic literature in his wheelchair and debating on the internet? Cassandra decided not to interfere in his life. That same evening, however, she was in for a surprise. There was a quiet knock on the door and she went to open it. On the threshold, she first saw a bouquet of flowers and then a familiar face. "Hi, why are you avoiding me?" Andrew asked. You could tell by the look on his face that he was nervous. "What do you want?" "I think we talked about everything in those days," she said. "It's too cold." "But you can't do that to me. I mean, we started out so well. I think we'll keep seeing each other," he said. Cassandra thought for a moment and then asked him to wait for her outside. A few minutes later, she came out in full parade, got into his car and said, "Let's go." Where he was taken aback with surprise. "Where is convenient for you? We can go to your house if you're single, or in a hotel room if you are," she said. So they drove to Andrew's flat. On the way, he planned to set a romantic table for her, cook dinner with his own hands, light candles, and drink wine. But Cassandra broke all his stereotypes. She threw off her coat and clung to his lips. Within minutes, they were tumbling around in his bed. Andrew woke up alone again in the morning. Cassandra hadn't even left a note, let alone a phone number, which he failed to get every time. He had made a firm decision that day to forget the hell of such an obscure woman. But his decision was enough until exactly noon. Chapter 5. Meanwhile, a reunion was held at the village school. After 20 years again, the whole class gathered together, but Cassandra and Alex were not there. In the circle of classmates, the conversation was always about them. "Oh, I heard our honors student Cassandra turned out to be a double major. They say she couldn't even find a normal man. Nobody would marry her. It's understandable. Who would want someone like that with a sick child?" Cynthia said. "What child?" another inquired. "Were you out of the loop, or have you forgotten the story? She got knocked up with a baby by Coley Travis. He was a convict with metal teeth, rode around in a car, and she fell for him. She got pregnant by him in 9th grade. She denied it until the last minute. Then her mom took her to a relative's house to wash away the shame. She gave birth to a sick child there. Hasn't been here since," Cynthia said with a look of connoisseurship. "It's a pity. Of course, I don't remember that story. What about Kevin? He was courting her, wasn't he? Did it not work out with him too?" another asked. "Kevin's no fool. He was the first handsome man in the village. He settled down well, married the daughter of some important person. He's arranged everything for him. He's got a flat, he's got a business, and his daughter's dusting him off. I once saw a picture of his wife on the internet. So his life is a holiday. They have holidays abroad. His wife is so beautiful," Cynthia said. "No, well, Cassandra, it's a shame. She was such a nice person," one of them said. "I'm not sorry at all. She was a bully from a young age, thought she was something else. Over-the-top ambition. Life puts them in their place. Let her deal with it herself," said Cynthia, and was satisfied with her conclusions. The evening of the meeting went well. Far past midnight, everyone was already drunk. Alex, Cynthia's husband, suggested that they go home before they collapsed under the table. But Cynthia demanded the continuation of the banquet. When her husband tried to convince her that it was enough of a holiday, she got angry and chased him home. That's the way it is with men. Since we got married after school, that's how I keep him in the urchin's mitts. Let him try. I've got it under control, she told me proudly a little later. "Oh, Cynthia, how did you wrestle him away from that Cassandra? I guess it was worth the effort. The man would have been lost if it hadn't been for your determination," one of her friends said. And Cynthia was proud again. At the insistence of the entourage, the banquet continued into the morning, and in the morning they moved to the house of one of their classmates and continued the party. The atmosphere of joy and merriment was broken by a visit from Alex, who had been waiting for his wife since the evening, and in the end never waited for her at home. He was extremely angry with her, but Cynthia was not about to give in to him. "I've been telling you all my life that I've been lucky to pick you up and make a man out of you. Here, even the girls can confirm it if you don't want to believe me. Otherwise you'd be walking around with that minx right now," she declared. "You've had enough of gossiping behind a man's back. Cassandra, by the way, has become a respected doctor. And well done for not giving up on her child. Good for carrying a sick child alone. Not every woman can do that. Some only know how to talk," Alex objected. "What did you call me? Tattletale. And with my mates, you'll never see my kindness again, you scoundrel." "I'll give you a hard time," chatterbox Cynthia said, and came at her husband with an empty bottle. Alex managed to dodge and then deftly caught her by the arm and pulled her to the ground. While the friends around him were trying to figure out what to do next, he managed to deliver several hard blows to her head. Cynthia yelled at the whole village, and Alex silently went home. None of the classmates were surprised by this, because it was a typical case from their family life. Everyone felt sorry only for their daughter Alice. She's 14 this year. Because of the constant fights between her mother and father, the girl grew up withdrawn. At school was not friends with anyone. Teachers complained about her grades. Then Cynthia, instead of taking care of her daughter as a loving mother, drank and beat her daughter in front of her classmates, where the grown-up girls watched it, which was an unbearable blow. That same night, the girl left home. A week later, she was brought back by Cynthia's distant relatives, from whom the girl sought protection. But her mother felt that Alice was thus further disgracing her. A couple of days later, in a fit of drunkenness, she beat her daughter again. This time she was unable to escape. Because of her severe injuries, Alice was unable to go to school for 2 months. She lay in bed in her 14 years and dreamed of becoming a bird and flying away from here. And one day she decided to do it. Beforehand, Alice sold a couple of chickens from the farm before her mother and father could sober up. She packed her 2 dresses into one bag and ran away from the house wherever her eyes were. Her eyes were on the big highway to New York. She had to spend the night in railway stations, and sometimes she had to get caught by the police. But each time she was miraculously saved and was glad of her freedom. Chapter 6. Andrew lost his peace again today as he prepared to go to Cassandra's house. His friend Travis came to his aid. "Andrew, I don't recognize you. Where's that cocky guy who kills ladies' hearts and makes them suffer? It's like you've been replaced." "Did that woman really hit you that hard?" Travis joked. "She's not that kind of woman. She's different. She's something special." I racked my brain trying to figure out her logic. "But one thing is clear. I love her, and I want to be with her," Andrew said. "Take your time, mate. They're manipulating you on purpose to tie you down tighter. You won't act submissive now and she'll give you conditions. Buy me this, buy me that, marry me and all that. Consider yourself lost at this point," Travis said. "I'll be only too happy to do that. I've been single for 8 years now. I'm tired of these consumerist relationships where all they want from me is money just to pop out and marry me. I've been waiting for a self-sufficient, strong female partner. She's exactly that. I can't let her go," Andrew kept saying. "Well, since that's the case, the idea, of course, will just write in the notebook that he met a witch and lost his head," Travis said. He laughed at his friend in love for another long time. But Cassandra didn't answer the door this time. An old lady neighbor came out and threatened to call the police if she didn't leave immediately. Andrew was mortified. He blamed himself that in so many months of socializing he couldn't even get her phone number out. He was about to leave when he saw her at the other end of the yard. Cassandra was rolling her wheelchair in front of her and talking sweetly to a teenage boy. He jumped out of the car and ran towards her. Upon seeing him, the boy showed keen interest. "Hello, Uncle. My name is Donald. Are you here to see us? What brings you here?" he asked, outrunning his mum. Andrew stood at a complete loss. He didn't seem to be prepared for such details of the life of the woman he loved. Cassandra was sure of that, but has learnt the reason for my pride. "I hope you'll leave us alone now," she said. "But I love you," he said. She took him aside and sighed heavily. I love you too, but I can't leave my son. His health is very poor. Without him, my life has no meaning. And you, a normal man, will want my attention and care. I'm soberly assessing my capabilities. So we shouldn't even start. Just leave," she said. Andrew left in silence that day. Cassandra was sure she had done him the honest thing. For the next 3 months, both convinced themselves that just a little longer and the feelings would let go. Cassandra was ready to hide them further, but Andrew wasn't going to. Once again, he arrived with a large box of educational toys for Donald and a ring for Cassandra. Right in her front yard, sitting on his knees, he asked for her hand in marriage. "I think it's not going to be easy, but I'm willing to make an effort to make us happy. Marry me, he said. Donald watched curiously. Mum, tell me, what if I am gone? Who will comfort you then? Andrew is good, though. He'll take care of you, he said. Cassandra accepted his offer. Chapter 7. After a while, Cynthia remembered her daughter. She decided to look for her. The path led her to the house of her mother, with whom she had not been in touch for many years. Oh, came she that hubby put out, no place to go, and remembered there was a mother. Mrs. Jessica snarled from the doorstep. Alex hasn't been born yet who would kick me out of the house. You'd better tell me if Alice is hiding at your place. I bet she said her mom didn't feed her, didn't clothe her, didn't give her a home. I told you, you shouldn't have spoiled her when she was a child. There's no help for her now, said Cynthia. And the fact that already your daughter is out of the house. What a pity for the girl. I suggested you put her in an orphanage when she was young. She would have got used to it faster there. Now she's probably found some dodgy company. The street is a fast track to a life of debauchery. You can't bring her back to the house now, said Mrs. Jessica. But thank you, Mum. You have reassured me. There wasn't enough condemnation from the neighbors, from everyone else. Of course, it's mother's fault for giving birth, for raising her, for wanting to make a human being out of her daughter. It's sickening without you. Don't say anything more. If Alice isn't here, Cynthia said, and was about to leave. But her mother stopped her. Can't you see that mother is ill? Who's going to take care of me? I'll die alone. The dogs will eat my corpse. My daughter has no time to come to her mother, to ask about her health, to cry. Cynthia felt guilty. Well, Mom, it's a long way away. To go back and forth every day if you want to. Come and live with us. We have a big house. There's no one else but me and Alex. There's plenty of room for everyone, she suggested. Mrs. Jessica, who was already bored with her loneliness, didn't object. She had decided to spend the summer at her daughter's house. Upon seeing her, Alex was not pleased at first. Why did you bring that snake into the house? It used to be a nuisance to you. I thought Alice would bring it home, he said. Oh, give it a rest. She'll stay with us for a while, then she'll go back to her place. And your daughter has probably found a bloke to take up with, said Cynthia. From that day on, their life together became more fun. Mrs. Jessica had been a socialite in her youth. When her son-in-law suggested a drink at dinner, she did not object but decided to have a drink herself. All evening she told jokes, sang songs of her youth, and had fun in every possible way. Alex was finally in a better mood. The next morning, Cynthia struggled to get out of bed and went to work at her sausage factory. She hoped that, in the evenings now, she could take her time getting home. Her mother would cook something for dinner, and she would move around the house. But that day, her expectations were not fulfilled. Instead of dinner, she found her mother and her husband drunk. The pattern began to repeat itself day after day. Recently, Cynthia noticed that the groceries at home were not stocked in her absence, as if her mother was throwing them in the rubbish. But Alex's close mate Uncle Miles from across the street was a frequent visitor. He usually came in the afternoon when Cynthia wasn't home and left just before she got home. Uncle Miles had been skinny and skinny all his life, somehow too often, and that was because he spent all his money on some kind of pot for smoking, after which he could wander round the street for 24 hours talking rubbish. And he looked like the living dead. From the moment Mrs. Jessica came to live with her daughter, it was as if Uncle Miles had been changed. There was a blush on his cheeks. He stopped wandering up and down the street and calling everyone in the neighborhood threats. A couple of months later, Cynthia was surprised to find that the old man even had a belly. She suspected something was wrong and came home early from work. She entered the house noiselessly, so as not to frighten away the idle drinkers. On the threshold, she heard a loud snore and immediately recognized her husband. But from the kitchen came a whisper. You're a good man, Miles, but proud. I respect that kind of man. I've waited all my life for someone like you, Mrs. Jessica was saying. You're all right, too, a woman in her prime. Now slice me some more sausage. I'd have some dumplings, too. There are more of your own. I'll have another plate, pleaded Uncle Miles. Sure, you'll have both dumplings and sausage. Only after we go to the shop tonight. I'll work off all the stuff I'm throwing at you here. You're full now. You'll be as big as you were the other day," Mrs. Jessica said flirtatiously. Then they began to laugh together. Cynthia realized at once where the food was going and how sick her mother was. She burst into the kitchen, full of determination. "Okay, the dining room is closing. Let's take the bottles in our hands and get out of here. This is actually someone else's house," she said, and demanded that Uncle Miles leave her house. But the man had no intention of listening to her. "Look, Mrs. Jessica, your daughter's a bitch. Not like you, a good-hearted woman with her soul wide open. And this winter you can't ask for snow. Tell me, are neighbors like that?" he protested. "Yes, Miles is right. I'm entitled to a private life, having raised you, put you on your feet, handled the responsibilities of parenthood. It's time for me to live for myself too," Mrs. Jessica said. "Mum, for God's sake, live for yourself. But not with that junkie. He's dining us out today, he's coming to live with you tomorrow, and then he'll drag things and money out of the house to sell, and then you'll suffer. To hell with such adventures in your old age," Cynthia was indignant. But her mother would not listen to her. She took Uncle Miles' side. The argument turned into a conflict. Cynthia lost control of herself. Then she took a rolling pin from the kitchen and lashed out at Uncle Miles. He didn't expect to be hit so fast and hard for his insolence. He ran, dropping his slippers and anything else he could hide under his shirt. More surprised than anything was Mrs. Jessica, who ran from her daughter's house with him. "You're not my daughter. You're a traitor," she shouted. "Mum, don't be foolish in your old age. Go back before it gets worse." "Shame on the whole neighborhood," Cynthia shouted after her. But Mrs. Jessica had already made her choice. She went to live with Miles in the house across the street. She never spoke to her daughter again. Chapter 8. When Cassandra married Andrew, she had hoped for a happy life. It had been, just not for long. After 6 months of living together, Andrew began to change. One day he struck up a conversation. "I'd like you to rest more, take time for me and yourself. Donald is big now. I'm willing to pay for a nanny. He can live in your flat and you can visit him every day." "We should have privacy," he said. Cassandra thought about it for a long time and still agreed to accept his terms. So Donald moved back into his old flat, spending most of his time with his nanny, and Cassandra became a frequent visitor to his home. Despite his longing for his mother, Donald kept his cool. "Mum, I'm fine here. The main thing is for you to get more rest. Don't worry about me. Otherwise you'll sit next to me all your life, and then you'll be old," he said to reassure her. Autumn was cold that year, and Donald liked overcast weather. Cassandra usually controlled his love of cold weather walks, but this time she gave in to his desire. In an attempt to please the boy, they spent nearly 12 hours walking that day. The weather was damp and foggy. By late afternoon, Donald had a fever. When Nanny didn't call Cassandra, she and Andrew were at a dinner party at his friend's house. "I need to leave for Donald." "You stay. I'll meet you at home," she whispered to him. But Andrew was perplexed. "How long can you stay? You were just at his place this morning. He's not a little boy anymore. And there's a nanny around. The boy just wants your attention. It's time to be stricter. Let him get used to being an adult," he said, and forbade Cassandra to leave the dinner party. She didn't manage to visit her son until the morning. By then he had been fighting a high fever for 10 hours. His whole body was burning, and he could hardly breathe. He had to be rushed to hospital. Donald's condition was critical. Cassandra now had to stay with him day and night. 2 days later, all the old illnesses worsened and the boy fell into a coma. Mr. Winston gave every support and encouragement to Cassandra. That night he felt professionally that Cassandra should not stay in Donald's room. "Alice, stay in my office. You can lie down and rest," he said. "I've been looking after the whole ward myself today. Donald will receive special attention," he promised. Cassandra was able to sleep for a couple of hours for the first time in 5 days. She had a dream in which her late grandmother was present. She looked better than she had when she was alive. She was wearing a brightly colored floral shawl. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her face looked immensely happy. "I came to check on my ring. It's in place and you're doing great," she said. "What am I going to do about Donald?" I think he's sick because I left him out. I chose a man. Am I a normal mom after that? Cassandra asked. You are a great mother. Don't worry about Donald. I'll take care of him now. I brought him to you for a while. That's the way it is. And you'll get better. I won't be seeing you again soon. I'm going to Donald's, she said, and disappeared. Cassandra woke up to the sound of the door opening. It was Mr. Winston coming in, having completed a hard night in the ICU. Cassandra, you are a strong woman. I am sorry to break this news, but Donald's heart stopped an hour ago. We did the full range of resuscitative measures, he said. I knew it. His grandmother took him, she said, and burst into tears. Donald's funeral was held with his closest loved ones. Supporting Cassandra came all of her co-workers and a bunch more friends and acquaintances who just knew the family. After the funeral came the hardest days. Andrew tried everything he could to distract her, but it was all in vain. Then he made his suggestion. We need a child of our own. I've wanted one for a long time. And you'll have an outlet. Let's try, he said. Cassandra liked the idea. Now the next 6 months passed in an attempt to catch lucky days for conception on special diets and endless running to doctors. But there were no results. Cassandra, as a doctor, realized that 6 months was still a short time to get pregnant at her young age. But Andrew, for some reason, was putting his hands down. I won't forgive myself if I can't have a baby while I have the chance, he said. Tummy, who's stopping you? I'm doing the best I can, she said. I think it's the other way round. After your bad experience, you're not particularly in the mood for motherhood? I don't see a sparkle in your eyes. And anyway, tell me honestly, as a doctor, do you have a chance of having a baby, or is it too late, he asked bluntly. Cassandra didn't feel like explaining herself or making excuses. She realized there were too many factors in her case. When Andrew once again raised the issue in the same vein as before, she stayed out of the conversation. Then the next evening he came to the empty flat. She left a short note thanking him for their 2 years together and left for her apartment, packing her things. Chapter 9. Cassandra was in a good mood that day. She was in a good mood for the first time in months. After a hard night of work, she decided to take a walk around the city. As she walked along the seafront, she saw a skinny girl sitting on the railing of a wide bridge with her legs hanging down. Cassandra was afraid for her. It seemed that one awkward movement, and the little girl would fly down into the mountain river. Why are you sitting there? It's dangerous, she shouted, running up to the girl and pulling her by her old shirt. And I like to sit like this. I've even slept here a couple of times, the girl said. That's really stupid. You can't risk your life like that. Let's go to the cafe and talk, Cassandra suggested. Really? I'm really hungry. Will you buy me some food? The girl perked up. Sure. Let's go, Cassandra said. And she and Alice headed to the nearest cafe together. The girl looked scruffy, and her old clothes gave away her troubled lifestyle, but her judgment and outlook appeared to be fine. So what brings you to the bridge? Cassandra asked. Adulthood made its own choices, so here I am learning to take responsibility. As a matter of fact, I have nowhere to go. Before that, I worked as a dishwasher in a canteen. At a bus station, replied Alice. And last week there was some incident at the receptionist's. Someone stole a purse with money in it. They wanted to blame the employees. I was disgusted with the way people were treated. I gave up, left. I'll find another job one of these days. With my character, it's not a problem, she said in a businesslike manner. By the way, we never met. My name is Cassandra. I'm a doctor, she introduced herself. And I'm Alice. I've wanted to be a doctor since I was a kid, but I don't think I will. It takes a lot of money to study to be a doctor. And to have a lot of money, you have to have reliable parents around. And I have neither, Alice said. You may not believe this, but I managed to train without reliable parents around. I grew up with a disabled child in my arms. It was a lucky break, but that was because I wanted it so badly. Would you like me to teach you? Cassandra asked. You're so awesome. Lucky your kids. I dream that someday I'll have a good relationship with my parents and I'll finally be able to sit here and tell them everything. And they'll listen and support me, Maria said. Cassandra cautiously asked about the girl's family. She told everything with tears in her eyes. When she finished her story, Cassandra already knew what she was going to suggest to her. How about we go to my place? You can stay with me as long as you want. We'll think about how you can get into medical school. You'll probably have to finish school. We'll figure that out too. I don't have anyone. You'll be the closest person to me, she offered. Oh, I really like that idea. Just don't want to embarrass you, Alice said. Don't worry about that. If a man has room in his heart, there is sure to be a corner in his dwelling for others. I was once convinced of that myself, said Cassandra, remembering her Aunt Elizabeth and her kind family members. That's how Cassandra got her adopted daughter, Alice. You're so nice you could get married, Alice would say sometimes in the evenings. I've been there a few times already. Yes, it can be nice there. But in my case, it didn't work out. I had to be torn between my son and my husband's. And that turned out to be difficult, Cassandra said. And why didn't you marry your son's father, Alice asked. That's a good question. He disowned me. Someone spread a rumor about me walking around with the bad guy in town. Everyone believed it. Alex was out of town at the time. He found out later and believed them too, not me. I couldn't forgive him for that betrayal, so I didn't say anything about my baby with him, either, Cassandra said. And if you saw him now, what would you say to him, Alice asked curiously. Now? I'd say the same thing now. I hope he's doing well now. He's married to the daughter of a rich family. He has everything. Sometimes he gets into fights, though. He ends up in intensive care with concussion, loses his memory, ends up in police custody. But his wife writes on social media that they have the happiest family, Cassandra said. The girl laughed out loud in response. And your parents, who are they? How dare they not love a girl like that, Cassandra asked. I don't want to talk about them. I hope someday I'll be able to get on good terms with them. Until then, things are very sad, said Alice. And they never returned to the subject again. After a while, Cassandra managed to get the girl into school. It was hard for her to catch up with the school program, but Cassandra spared no effort and time to help her. In the end, everything worked out for them. And when Alice entered the medical university, her joy was boundless. You are my savior and protector. I'll be grateful to you all my life. Don't worry, you won't be alone in your old age. I'll take care of you, Alice promised once. Thank you, sweetheart, but I wouldn't want that. I'll try to be healthy in my old age and pass away quickly without torturing myself or others. That's the end of my mission. I don't need anything more from life, Cassandra said. The time came and Alice brought a young man into the house. Cassandra liked him. He was also a medical student, well-mannered, and he loved her girl. What more could she ask for? A couple of months later, the young man said he wanted to live with Alice in his flat. Cassandra let her go with a clean heart. So today they called Cassandra to visit once again. She was returning from their visit in high spirits, and her peace was shattered by the same voice from behind. Cassandra, what's your hurry? Wait, shouted a female voice. Cassandra turned around and saw Cynthia again. Her body was covered in cold sweat. As Cynthia approached her, Cassandra became speechless with fear. You're so sorry, aren't you? And let's go to your place and have tea, Cynthia said. Cassandra no longer doubted that it was not Cynthia in front of her, but something from a parallel world. Because on a summer's day, no one walks around in a long coat and a red woolen shawl. They told me you were dead, she said in a trembling voice. But you forgive me. Shall we have tea? Cynthia repeated, without approaching her. What am I to forgive you for? You must sleep in peace in your coffin. Don't come near me again, Cassandra shouted. I was the one who made up the story that you were walking around with a baby from Colia Vitalik because you loved Alex. I managed to get him away from you, but I wasn't happy with him. He killed me the other day. He hit me on the head with a bottle and I fell asleep forever. And you forgive me, Cynthia repeated. Cassandra covered her ears with her hands and repeated every prayer she could remember. She ran to her driveway and found that Cynthia had vanished somewhere. After this incident, she could not recover for a long time, and after a while she decided to take a holiday and have a rest. The professor encouraged her. Yes, Cassandra, it's high time you took a holiday. You've been quite out of sorts for a long time, said Mr. Winston. I will have one question for you, said Cassandra. What can the living do to make the dead find rest, she asked. The professor regarded her question with complete understanding. Obviously, let them go or ask them what they want for themselves. Usually they want forgiveness, or less often, a warning against something he said. Cassandra understood everything. She had no more questions. 3 days later, before she left the country, she visited Alex's house with Cynthia. Neighbors told her that Alex had been jailed for his wife's murder. He had managed to cover it up at first, but later it all came out and the investigation found him guilty. After hearing the tragic story, Cassandra went straight to the cemetery. She found the grave, laid a bouquet of wildflowers, and stood by it for a few moments. Sleep well, mate. Did you make the mistake of youth? Everyone makes them. I forgive you. Don't come to me again, she said, and left without looking back. The long-awaited holiday had been a success. She was bored for the first few days, but then she began to socialize with the Russian-speaking visitors to the hotel. One of them invited her to visit them in the evening for a friendly chat. Cassandra gladly agreed. A company of intellectuals and creative people who preferred a quiet holiday at a good table gathered. We have another person coming over, also resting, one rather interesting man, said Cassandra's new friend, Mrs. Elsa. Cassandra didn't emphasize the point until the guest herself appeared at their door. There's our Kevin, Mrs. Elsa said, and greeted him exuberantly. Cassandra couldn't believe her eyes for a long time. Kevin, you again, she smiled. Cassandra, what brings you here? You and I last saw each other in the park when I was still just dating my ex-wife. You still had a young son and a pram, he said. And also in the hospital when you got amnesia, Cassandra whispered. It's great that you two know each other, Mrs. Elsa said. Yes, supported their new friends. Cassandra watched him all evening and made sure Kevin was able to regain his health. According to his stories, things didn't work out with Scarlett after all. They divorced when the children were old enough. She retaliated harshly against him for that and left him literally on the street, he recounted. He told how and how many times in his life he had to get back on his feet from scratch. His new friends listened to his story with interest and admired his willpower. The company retired to their rooms well past midnight. Kevin, on the other hand, suggested to Cassandra a night out. Yeah, I didn't think after 35 years we'd get to look at the moon together again, he said. None of this means anything. Consider there was never anything between us except our mutual son who never saw you once, she said. That night she told him her entire adult life from the beginning. Kevin couldn't handle the whole truth, especially about her son. At one point he got up and left without saying a word, and Cassandra never waited for him again. But he came back 2 days later. Forgive me, I want to see my son's grave. I want to ask for his forgiveness. And yes, maybe it's time for us to finally be together, he asked. Or maybe it's just time for us to stop believing rumors and listen to each other more often, she asked. I promise, he said, crouching down on his knees in front of her. Seeing Cassandra move out of her flat, Mrs. Margaret was curious. Where do you think you're going? Is it to a nursing home, she asked. No guess. Married, she said, stroking Marcel. What have you found, young girl? I suppose he's got his eye on your money? See that he doesn't embezzle the flat. There's a reason for it, said the old woman. Wrong again, Mrs. Margaret. He's as old as I am. He's got enough flats of his own. All right, I'll run along. Take care, Cassandra said. And she was off. Mrs. Margaret hurried up to her friends in the driveway to share the exciting news. Decided to check the new maid left his wallet on the table and switched on the camera ... MP4. Jonathan never thought that in his 40s he would be the head of the company his father created. He thought he would have to wait 10 years, because his father was strong, healthy, and never got sick, and no one expected that he would ever go to the hospital. But it happened right at the meeting. Robert became ill and was taken to hospital. The doctors said it was a stroke. Jonathan immediately called his mother and told her the news. But how can it be, son? There's no way your father's heart could be bad. Mum, this is no time to bicker. That's what the doctors told me. So come here. Sure, I understand. I'll be right there. Jonathan didn't have a good relationship with his mother, nor with his father. He could never understand why they had even produced him if they had absolutely no interest in his life. They never cared. His father was in business and his mother was in business for herself, and they didn't care about their son. When Jonathan grew up, he realized that his father had always done his best for the family. When he came to work in his father's company after college, he realized how hard it was, and that his father had always tried for the family and their well-being. And this is how it all ended. Mom arrived an hour later. This really pissed Jonathan off because he understood why she was late. Apparently she couldn't decide what to wear to the hospital. She was always like that. "Here, son, I'm finally here," she declared, standing up in front of him, apparently expecting him to appreciate her appearance. "You could have done it sooner. After all, Dad's in a serious condition right now and you've been traveling to the hospital for over an hour." "Well, what can I do to help him now? He doesn't have time for us anyway. And anyway, son, why are you so serious? It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, your father worked day and night, and he didn't care about his family. And if he didn't work so hard, Mum, you'd hardly have such a wonderful life. You have everything. You don't need anything, as you realize. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. So I understand my father." "That's fine, you understand now. You're likely to take over his business. That's great, of course. I can't imagine how he and I are going to get on, though." "I don't know what you mean." "Or else he'll stay at home all day. I'm sure he'll pull through. You've got him very strong." "That's only good if he's normal. What if he's paralyzed?" "Mum, it feels like you're afraid of what you'll have to do to look after him. But don't worry, I'll get him the best doctors and carers, because knowing you, you won't even go near him. And that's not right. Do you love him even a little?" "It's none of your business." "How is it none of my business?" "I'll answer that question for you. No, I don't anymore. And believe me, your father doesn't feel anything for me anymore either. We're just used to each other, that's all. Although I don't think things are going well with your Jennifer either." "How long have you two been together?" Jonathan hesitated. "With Jennifer? Yes, they've been together for 20 years. They got married when they were still in college. Then, after 4 years of their life together, they had a son. He loved Jennifer, but the feelings faded a bit. Although it was not his fault, but she herself for some reason began to distance herself from him, although he did everything to make her feel good with him. He thought he was doing a good job. Jennifer then told him that she would not work, that she would take care of her son. And he agreed with her. He was pleased that she was waiting for him at home, that he had support, and that he could work in peace, knowing that his wife was waiting for him at home. At first everything was fine. The son was growing up, becoming somehow closer to his father. But Jennifer, on the contrary, began to distance herself from both of them. What was going on, he could not understand, although he repeatedly asked her about it. But she either kept silent or said that everything was fine. He decided to find out what was wrong. But then his father got into trouble, and he decided to put it on the back burner. Remembering Jennifer, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his wife's number. It was ringing, but there was no answer. He noticed that she had started to ignore his calls a lot, and he didn't like it. "Where's your Jennifer? Hasn't she arrived yet? All you guys do is talk about me. Your wife is taking her time too, I see." "I called you first, Mom, not Jennifer. It's not her problem. It's you and me." "What do you mean it's not her problem? She's part of our family too. Or am I missing something? So living in luxury is just fine with her. And when her father-in-law got into trouble, so her house is on the edge." "Mom, what's Jennifer got to do with it? And what does it have to do with living in luxury? Besides, you know very well that I've been on my own for a long time, and that my father has never helped me with money. Everything I have, I've earned on my own. So don't blame her for money. She's my wife and I do everything for my family. You'd better watch yourself. She's just arrived and she's already trying to make a scene. Because I'm sick of you seeing me all the time and no one else. I'm tired of it. Do you understand? You and your father are both unhappy with me all the time. What I can't understand is, what have I done to you? You haven't done anything. except ignore us. As soon as you gave birth to me, you put me in the care of a nanny. Because you couldn't look after me yourself, you see. You had things to do. But what business, Mum? You've never worked a day in your life. What could you have more important than a child? I thought that when I went to school and started doing well, my mum would finally notice me, realize what kind of son she had and be proud of him. But no, my mum, as always, is busy with herself, and she doesn't need anyone else. How dare you reproach me for that? I gave birth to you, so be happy. I did everything for you. You just don't remember it. Well, Mum, let's remind me. What did you do that I'm shameless? I've forgotten everything. Remind me. Cassandra looked at her son carefully, not understanding what was happening to him. Most of the time they just said hello. Well, sometimes they could say a few words. But today was just a benefit. Her son was demanding some kind of explanation from her, and she didn't like it. I see what's going on with you. You had a thing with Jennifer, and now you're taking it out on me. Am I wrong? What does Jennifer have to do with this? Mum, you're always changing the conversation. I'm not diverting anything. I just see that you're taking your anger out on me, and I don't like it. Do you understand? I don't want my son talking to me like that. Do you understand? Jonathan stood up and walked down the corridor of the hospital complex. The hospital was not a budget hospital. The building had been built during the Soviet era. It was obvious to the naked eye. As soon as my father feels a little better, and as soon as he can be transported, he will immediately move him to another clinic, to a place where he will be comfortable. And anyway, as if reading his thoughts, his mother said, "Why the hell did you bring him here? Can't you see there's nothing they can do here? It's a hospital for the poor." For whom? Are you serious now, Mum? I don't think you came from a rich family either. And I bet you went to the exact same clinic when you were a kid. Jonathan, for the last time, don't talk to me like that, or I'll... What are you going to do? Mum, are you going to punish me? You won't do anything. You just don't like talking to me because I don't agree with you all the time. And because I have my own opinion on everything. You see, I've grown up and I see things differently now. In fact, you're to blame for a lot of things, but that's up to you. I'm just asking you, please don't act like this. You can talk to your mates like that, but don't talk to me. We're here together because my dad's not well. That's it. Cassandra pouted, but kept silent. She was uncomfortable with the whole thing, especially the way her son looked at her as if she were a stranger. Yes, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jonathan rarely came to visit them out of town. Her daughter-in-law and grandson hadn't spoilt them with their visits. She'd forgotten what her grandson Richard looked like. He must be grown up now, though she wasn't interested. Her son was right, of course, but what could she do if she couldn't stand children from childhood? She'd never had any friends, because she'd always thought everyone her age was stupid, and she was the only smartest girl on earth. Jonathan was beginning to lose patience, and when finally the doctor came out of the intensive care unit and approached him. Well, the crisis is over. But he should not be disturbed now. He is still very weak. We've given him medication and he's sleeping. Was it a stroke? No, it must have been a microinfarction. Your father is mentally and physically exhausted. So I'll tell you what, he doesn't need to work anymore. As far as I can see, he's always at your work, letting all his problems pass through him. And this is the result. It's a good thing it ended this time. Next time it could be fatal. Do you understand? I understand. When can I pick him up? Tomorrow morning you can come and take him home. But he'll need care for now. And then of course he needs to go to the seaside. Not just for a few weeks, but preferably longer. I see that you are well-to-do people, so I don't think you'll have any problems with that. Jonathan nodded, agreeing with the doctor. He had been telling his father for a long time that he needed more rest. But, as always, his father didn't listen to anyone. And this was the result. When they left the hospital, he turned to his mother and said, "All right, I'll pick up my father from the hospital tomorrow. He needs to stay at home for the first time. And then I'll send you to the sea. My father has a cottage. It's got a life of its own. There are tenants there now. Tell them to look for another place. And you'll move there, You'll live there for a while. How long do we have to live there? Mom, what do you care? Do something for your husband already. After all, you see the state he's in. Besides, you could use a change of scenery too. You don't look well, to be honest. Cassandra wrinkled her nose. She didn't like being told that. She preferred to hear only compliments. You could be more polite. Besides, you know I don't like being told what to do. Mom, I said you and Dad are leaving, so that's what's going to happen. Do you understand? She stopped talking and looked at her son. She had never seen him like this before. What was going on with him lately, she didn't understand. In the past, although they didn't talk much, he had treated her with respect, unlike now. Whatever you say, son. Just don't talk to me like that again, please. It's like you're a stranger. Mum, stop it. You see how things are, but you're still trying to contradict me. You knew your father should have taken a holiday a long time ago, but you didn't do anything about it. You're his wife. Did you see how tired he was? I didn't see anything because he'd leave when I was asleep. He'd come back when I was asleep. Do you understand? No, Mum, I don't understand, because he loves you. I always thought everything was perfect between you two. What happened? Why did you become so inconsiderate of him? Because Cassandra didn't want to continue the conversation. Why would she tell her son that his father had had a mistress a long time ago? And she occasionally indulged in innocent pranks. That's probably what drove them apart. And of course she didn't want to go to the sea with her husband, because she realized that they were strangers to each other. Mum, are you not telling me something? I can see that you and Dad don't even live together. You know, son, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This is between me and him, and it's none of your business. But I can handle it. I'm a strong woman, and if you say we should treat him, then we'll treat him. By the sea, then by the sea. Although I'd rather go abroad. Mum, not now. You realize flying might make him worse. I'd rather go to the sea. When he's stronger, then you can think about going abroad. And I'll support you in that, by the way. Let the doctors there examine him. Because I don't trust our medicine very much. Well, son, you're wrong, of course. But you know best. They got in the car and Jonathan drove Mum home. They lived in the country. His father had built a big cottage a long time ago. He wanted the whole family, including his grandson, to live with them. But his Jennifer didn't get along well with her mother-in-law, so they stayed living in the city. Although he could see that his wife liked the house very much. Who's going to look after the house? Son, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going there for one day. We're going to be there for a long time and we can't just leave the house. Of course, I understand. Please come and live with us. It would make me feel better. Jonathan nodded. But he realized that even though it was an elite cottage town with security guards and all that, he couldn't leave the house for too long. And that meant they'd probably have to live there. Don't worry, Mum, I've got it. We'll move in with you. Don't worry. I'll tell Jennifer to pack today. Tomorrow I'll pick up Dad from the hospital, and we'll move in a few days. That's good. That's great. I'll show Jennifer around and introduce her to the staff, the cook and the housekeeper. We've just had a maid leave the other day, and while Molly's been keeping the house in order. But it's hard for her to keep track of everything. You know, it's a big place, so we'll have to find a maid. All right, Mum, I'll think of something. So why do you bother? Let Jennifer do it. She's at your house anyway. And your son's a big boy, by the way. He's got a long way to go to school. So he's going to need to be picked up. I'll talk to Uncle Will, my dad's driver, so he can keep his job. He'll drive my son to and from school. Good, that's settled. Then I'll come home and start packing. I have to start packing so I don't forget anything. Course, if I do it in a hurry, I'm bound to forget something important. I will. Jonathan listened to his mother and smiled. He remembered his childhood, when his mother had always started packing for a trip a month in advance. And when the day came when she had to go somewhere, she had probably 10 suitcases instead of 1 or 2. My father would always scold me, but my mother would reply that she had taken everything she needed. So, Mum, here we are. I'm not going home, I'm going to work. I have to do something there, and I have to tell her that my father won't be here for a while and that I'll take his place. Then I'll go home and tell my wife to start packing too. We'll move in with you one of these days. Okay, son, I'll take care of things then. Thank you, son. You've somehow calmed me down, because lately I've been feeling like a stranger and unwanted. It's going to be okay, Mum. I love you very much. And believe me, Daddy loves you very much too. Cassandra didn't say anything to that. She smiled, stroked her son's cheek, and got out of the car. Jonathan had settled things at work, and when he looked at the time he realized that it was well past midnight. He often came home like this, even though he had planned to get home early tonight. Plus, Jennifer still hadn't called him back, and that worried him a little. Everything seemed fine, though. But still, something wasn't right. He got into his car and finally drove home. He was a little dizzy from fatigue, and all he wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Now, he not only had to do his father's job, which was to run the company, but he also had to do his own job. Until someone else was hired to take his place. Jennifer, what are you doing up? I'm watching a film. What are you doing up so late? If you picked up the phone when I called you, you'd know why I'm late tonight. So what's wrong? You can explain it to me instead of blaming me like you always do. Where's Richard? Where is he? In his room, of course, asleep for ages. He and the boys went to a basketball game today, cheering for someone. And then he did his homework and went to bed. We should put him in some kind of sport, because he's growing up a bit weak. I've always told you that. But you were too lazy to pick him up and take him there. And you kept saying he didn't need it. And now what? He's got to get ready for college. You know, last year of school. Jennifer flared up, jumped up from the couch, and was about to go into the other room when Jonathan grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. I'm sorry, it's just hard for me. My dad got sick at work today. They took him to the hospital. It's just been really hard on me. I always thought my dad was a tough guy, that nothing would ever happen to him. But today I was just scared for him. I realized that I could lose him at any moment. So how's he doing? He's all right, he's better, and I'll take him home tomorrow. He and his mother are going to the seaside soon. And who will live in their house? Interrupted his wife. We will, Jennifer, of course. Who else? I'm not going to live there. Jonathan and Jennifer turned round and looked at their son, who was standing in the doorway and had probably heard the conversation. I will stay here because it is too far to go to school from there. You'll have your own driver, son. Remember Uncle Will? He's going to be your grandfather's driver now. You see, son, that's the way it is now. So we're all going to have to go along with it. You think it's easy for me? Call us, I get up even earlier than you do. But there's nothing to do. So we're moving as a family into that house. All right, if I get a lift, then I'll take it. You can sleep in the car while I drive. Richard turned and went back into the room. Jennifer snapped her fingers nervously, thinking about something. Don't you think we'll have to live there for a long time? Of course I do. Because Dad will probably want to stay there. And he had this dream of growing grapes. So I think he's going to want to finally fulfill that dream. Would your mum go for it? It's so beautiful out there. Of course she would. Besides, it's as nice a house as the one you and I are going to move into. My father planned to retire and go to the sea, but he didn't expect that time to come. He planned to work too. Actually, I agree. I like it. Are we going to sell this flat? Why sell it? Let it stay. Or you can rent it out. I wouldn't mind. Keep the money. You need it more because you're always complaining to me that you have nothing to wear. So go ahead. I don't want to rent this flat. We've got all this renovation, all this furniture, and strangers are just going to ruin it. Let's just sell it. I said, no, it's my flat. My parents gave it to me, so I'm not selling it. If you don't want to sell it, you don't have to. Besides, it's not bad. I'll probably stay here a lot. Cause it's all on me now. I'll have to work day and night, and it won't always be convenient for me to come home. By the way, Mum said their maid quit, and she asked you to find someone to do it. Can you manage? What's there to handle? I'll call the agency tomorrow, and they'll send us maids and I'll interview them and choose the right one. By the way, when are we arriving? How much time do you need to pack? I think I can do it in a couple of days. That's fine then. We'd better do it when we get there. There might be some delays. It'll be awkward. You'll have people coming around for interviews and we won't have time for them. Mom's going too, so she won't have time to talk. I get it. Are you going to have dinner? It's so late. I wouldn't advise you to eat at night. It's not good for you. You should eat in the morning. Now let's go to bed. You're right. I can barely stand on my feet, so I'll take a quick shower and go to bed. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. And I have to pick up my dad from the hospital. Aren't you picking him up early? Maybe he needs to stay there for a couple of days. Knowing my dad, I know it's not too early. If I don't take him out, he'll leave. He hates doctors. Jennifer didn't say anything. She went silently into the bedroom. Jonathan sat down in the armchair and thought. A plan for tomorrow was in his head. He could have sat like that until morning, but feeling that tomorrow then he would feel wrecked, he got up and headed for the shower. Washing quickly, he immediately laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Jennifer looked at her husband, who was already sleeping a sound sleep. She was glad that they would finally be living in the house she had dreamed of, and also without her mother-in-law laughing. She had fallen in love with that house the moment she saw it. Only Jonathan didn't want to move in. And she understood why. He had a strained relationship with his mother and his father. Not with Robert the way he had with his mother, though. It felt like they were not mother and son, but two strangers. Jennifer was also disliked by her mother-in-law. At least that's what it seemed to her. And she realized that living together in this house would not work out. So she had to forget about it. But now she would be the mistress. She would be there now. Jennifer dreamily closed her eyes and blushed at her thoughts. She was glad that her husband had said he would be staying in town a lot. What? That was good for her. She'd replace everyone there, both the cooks and the housekeeper. She'd have her people working there, who she'd hire and who'd idolize her. And of course to keep quiet, because they would have to keep quiet. She would not be able to go to town often now, so they would come to her. And she wouldn't want her husband to know about it. Naive fool. He probably thought he was doing it for his family, for Jennifer. And that she should be grateful to him. She was just tired of sitting around waiting for him all day. She was bored, so she decided to take a lover. It's corny, but Oliver was a terrific man. He wasn't working yet, though, because, as he'd told her at the time, his mom was very ill, and he needed to look after her. He couldn't hire a carer, and his mom couldn't stand strangers in the flat. So he had to work part-time, sitting at home and looking after his mother. But he was desperately short of money. Jennifer took pity on him and started giving him money. And then they had a stormy affair, and she realized that at last she was truly in love. Oliver then asked her why she wouldn't leave her husband, because he was tired of sharing her with someone else. Or do you love him very much? He asked then. Don't be silly. I only married him because I knew he was the son of rich parents. He already had a cool car and money. That's all. I never loved him. As soon as I saw you in the cafe, I lost my head. When I saw you, I fell in love with you too. You were sitting there so sad, thinking about something, so I decided to approach you. I see you waited for your friend Molly for a reason. She didn't turn up, rang me and said she was going to Turkey with her boyfriend. I was so sad. My husband and I have been together for so long. We've never been away. And he can afford it. It doesn't cost him anything. But he's got a job, you see. He doesn't care about me and my son. That's what made me sad, that some people are lucky and some people aren't. It's okay. As soon as my mom gets back on her feet, we'll go somewhere with you. You're helping me a lot. She'll get better in a little while. You're helping me with the medicine. I couldn't afford to buy her such expensive ones myself. You remember, I didn't earn anything. But once you came along, life took on new colors. I tell my mother about you all the time. She's happy that I've finally met the one I've always dreamed of. Why didn't you introduce us? I want to see her so badly. It's not time yet, love. Not yet. Besides, Mom doesn't want you to see her like this yet. As soon as she's well enough, I'll bring you to the house." Jennifer remembered those words and blushed again. She remembered what they had done after that conversation. She had felt very good. She had never felt so good with her husband, and apparently that had driven her into the arms of another man. Though to give him credit, Jonathan was good in bed too, except he didn't have time all the time. More often than not, he came home from work tired and exhausted, and he wasn't in the mood for lovemaking. She couldn't wait. She wanted to date, love, and be loved. Finally, Jennifer felt sleepy too. She turned on her other side and immediately fell asleep. Jonathan arrived at work and immediately got down to business. He called a meeting to discuss the issues that had accumulated recently. Apparently, his father had not been feeling well for a long time because he had been putting them off. Apparently, his strength was no longer the same. After everyone had dispersed, he decided to go to the hospital and find out how Dad was doing. Dad was lying on the bed, apparently watching the news on the phone. He turned to his son and smiled. "Well, did I scare you yesterday?" "To be honest, I was a little scared myself." "Apparently, son, it's time for me to retire. You bring me the documents, I'll sign everything." "Because you can't sign the documents yet. So that's the first thing we need to do." "I got it." Dad's talking to the doctor, and he's already preparing the discharge. "So we'll go home now, and the lawyer will be waiting for you there. He knows what happened, and he knows exactly what to do." The water's beautiful. "So Bridget and I are going to the sea. She called me this morning, asking how I was feeling, and I could even hear the joy in her voice. I guess she wants to go too. Yes, it's about time. I mean, it's been so long since we've been away together. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same in your family," Dad said. "It's all work. But if you want a decent life, you have to make sacrifices. Well, I've been sending Jennifer and Richard on holiday. I don't think they need to resent me." "No, son, you don't understand. Family is family. They'd like to go with you. They're on their own. They don't see you all the time 'cause we're always at work. Don't be sorry you chose to go this way. We just don't know how to balance work and rest. We're obsessed with our business, and that's not good. You have to pay attention to your family too. I'm glad this happened to me. At least now I'll be with my wife, and most importantly, my son. I'm finally fulfilling my long-held dream of growing grapes." "I'm glad you're doing well, Dad. I was really scared for you yesterday. To be honest, I didn't expect this to happen to you." "Yes, son. I realized it myself, that life can be cut short in an instant. Anyway, what's the sad part? Let me get ready and you hurry them up with a discharge, 'cause I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just having sad thoughts." Jonathan was driving his father home. He didn't realize he still had to get to work and get some things done. But he'd lost a lot of time today, and he hadn't made any progress on the things he'd planned for himself. Most likely he would have to postpone them a little bit, because he still had to move. So he won't have time to work now. Besides, it will be necessary to talk to a lawyer, to plan everything, and then to see how to act. But that's all later. The important thing is that Dad's okay, and he'll be fine. Cassandra's spirits brightened after her conversation with her son yesterday. She no longer resented her husband. She decided to forget everything, and now, when they go to the sea, she would try to make up for lost time, that is, to get closer to her husband. After all, she had always loved and admired him, because they had started everything from scratch. And now that they seemed to have everything, they had grown very distant from each other. She packed her things and thought that their life at sea would be like a fairy tale. After all, life is very short, and one should take everything one needs now, and not regret later that one didn't. She heard a car drive up to the house. She looked out of the window and saw that her son had arrived, which meant that he had brought her husband too. She dropped everything and went to meet them. "You scared me so much. Please, next time you'll tell me immediately if you feel ill. And not just tolerate it, like you did this time." Jonathan and his father stood dumbfounded on the doorstep. They hadn't seen Cassandra like this in a long time. She threw herself around her husband's neck and hugged him. Robert hugged his wife too. You could see on his face that he was very pleased to hear this. "So this is US standing on the threshold. Come on, go into the bedroom. Lie down and I'll make you something to eat. You need to take it easy and get more rest. Mum, the lawyer's coming and we've got some business to attend to. So Dad can't lie down right now. So let's go into the living room and he can sit on the couch. I think he'll be comfortable there. Here we go again, son. How many times? Mum, it's just a formality. You know, Dad's going to leave now, and I'll be running the company. So Dad needs to sign some papers now. It's necessary. All right, but when you've finally signed everything, Robert, you go straight to bed. I'll be right next to you because I've started packing for our trip. We'll talk about it. All right. Whatever you say, darling. What about you, Jonathan? When is Jennifer moving here? I'd like to see Richard, too. Last time I saw him was a month ago when he came to the company. His grandson's all grown up now. I didn't even recognize him. That's because we don't see each other much. And now that we're going away, we won't see them at all, Cassandra sighed. The men looked at her in surprise again. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I've already explained to you that I was very frightened when Robert went into hospital. I realized how fleeting life is, and we live it so miserably, so now it's going to be different. Right. I'll make you a cup of tea, and I'll get on with my packing. I won't disturb you. When Cassandra had gone, Jonathan turned to his father and said, You know, Dad, I think your illness has come at just the right time. Look what Mum's become. Maybe you should have been sick like this 10 years ago, don't you think? I think I should have been sick all the time, and maybe life went differently. They laughed and joked about it until the lawyer arrived. Only then did they settle down and get down to business. Jennifer, of course, really wanted to live in this house, but now it would be very difficult for her to get to the city. Naturally, traveling by taxi would be expensive, and Jonathan would start asking her where she went every day. So she'll have to ask him to buy her a car, and that would be a way out. Yeah, and then we could invite Oliver here too. I mean, she's going to need to hire staff. So she'll fire the gardener and hire Oliver. Then she wouldn't have to go anywhere, and they'd be together all the time. Which probably won't work. Cossie won't go for it. He had a sick mother, but she'd have to talk to him and see what he had to say. She immediately dialed his number and told him that they needed to meet urgently. She drove to the flat she had been renting for a few months now. At first they met in hotels, but she was not satisfied with that because she was afraid of meeting people she knew, and then she asked her husband for money. She rented a flat and now they only met there. Oliver was already waiting for her there. She was always surprised at how fast he came because she herself had just taken a taxi and swore at the traffic. Well, it's a good thing you're already here because I thought you were late too, Jennifer said. I was lucky. I was just in the neighborhood buying my mother's medication. So you don't have to worry. So what? Did you buy it? Show me. At least I'll see what it looks like. Alas, I didn't buy it. The pharmacist said she wouldn't have it until tomorrow. So I'll have to drive here tomorrow as well. But that's all right. The important thing is that I can see you. So my day wasn't wasted. Listen, I've got news for you. Really, I don't know how you're reacting to it because I understand you have a sick mum, Jennifer said. Jennifer, you're going to scare me. Tell me already what happened. Oh, don't worry so much, honey, it's nothing. It's just that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are going to the seaside and probably for good. They've got a fancy house there. And since my father-in-law just got out of the hospital, you understand, they will live there permanently. So, we're moving into their house. It's just outside of town. The house, of course, is just beautiful. It's every woman's dream to live in such a house. But there's one thing, it's very far from the city. I don't think I'll be able to take a taxi to our meetings. And I don't think you'd want to spend a lot of money either. So I don't know what to do now. Wait, Jennifer, are you saying we're not going to see you anymore? Well, that's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I've only got a ray of sunshine glimmering ahead of me. And now you're leaving me. What am I going to do without you? Oliver asked excitedly. I'm not leaving you. You misunderstand me. On the contrary, I think I found a way out. Only I don't know whether you'll agree to my proposal or not. I understand. You have a sick mum you can't leave alone. But before you say no, Think carefully, okay? Well, tell me already. Don't keep me in suspense. What's on your mind? I've thought of this. My mother-in-law is leaving, and that means I can change all the staff that work there to my liking. I don't get it. What staff works there? I've just told you it's not a cottage, it's a fairy tale. There's a lot of land around it, and the house is quite large. Naturally, there are people working there. Besides, my father-in-law and my husband can afford it. Well, what do I have to do there? I'll fire the gardener and hire you. You'll live there and get a salary. And of course you'll meet me. How does that sound? But you can't leave your mom. Yeah, look, it's all solvable. I'll hire a carer. I've got the money, so it won't be a problem. Besides, from what I understand, you said I'd get a salary. So I'll have enough for a carer and my medication. I agree. Beloved, I'm so glad you agreed, because I was really worried that we wouldn't be able to see you often. You've thought of everything perfectly, and I'm happy again now. You have no idea how much I love you. When do I start my gardening duties? Hang on, we'll be moving there one of these days. Then I'll take care of the staff. And when it's ready, I'll call you straight away. Do you understand me? Jennifer asked. Yes. I'll look forward to the call, love. But now let's go to the bedroom because I missed you terribly, replied Jonathan. Jonathan sent the car out for his wife to load the things she would want to move now into their house. It became clear that his parents would probably stay at the sea. In fact, it would be better that way. His father would finally be able to do what he loved, and the local air would make him healthier. Jonathan was glad that everything had worked out with his father and that things were better with his mother. Cassandra had really changed. She never left her husband's side, and she acted as if she had been a loving and faithful wife all her life. She could see that Robert was coming around to her, so she tried to please him even more. Jonathan liked the way his parents treated each other now. He wished Jennifer would treat him that way too, because they hadn't talked much lately. But he'd come home from work and go to bed. He'd get up in the morning and go to work again. Everything was fine, it suited him. But he wished that his wife would at least sometimes meet him from work, and they would talk at least a little bit. He could see that she was excited about the move. Jonathan knew how much his wife liked the house before. And now she must be happy that she was finally going to live in it. In fact, why wouldn't she be? Maybe he'll try to be home more often now. He and his wife will have tea in the garden and talk. They used to have a lot to talk about. Except something had changed. And he didn't think it was just him. And Jennifer must have changed too. But it'll get better. If things were good for his parents, they'd be good for him. He was sure of it. Vanessa walked home sadly. I don't know what to do now, Vanessa thought. She had always thought that she would dedicate her life to sports. She had been going to karate since she was a kid, and she even had medals. But an injury ruined everything, and the coach told her that she had nothing to do in sports. At first, she was very upset, but her friend Sharon offered her a job. And when she told her how much she would get, Vanessa accepted. Besides, she wanted to enter the institute with constant training and traveling to competitions. That was out of the question. And now, when she was thrown out, she could think about studying. But things didn't work out the way she thought they would. Sharon herself worked as a maid in a wealthy house. She heard that her friend, her landlady, needed a maid and recommended her friend. Vanessa was hired, but she only worked there for a week, and then she was fired. Actually, it hurt her. Probably fired because you have to keep your cool and keep your emotions in check. I should have just turned round and walked away. But no, she just couldn't help herself. And here's the thing. The landlord waited for his wife to leave for the beauty parlor. I guess he decided to hit on Vanessa. She was just cleaning the master bedroom. When he approached, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. Naturally, Vanessa didn't expect such a thing, but her reaction was lightning fast, and in the end the master was left lying on the bed with a broken nose. He should thank her after that, because she had hit him lightly, not as she had been taught. And if she had done it with her full strength, he wouldn't have got off so easily. Naturally, when the wife arrived and saw her husband like that, she immediately screamed and demanded an explanation. Vanessa told everything honestly. But the wife chose to believe her husband rather than her. And in the end, she was just out of a job. Don't be so upset, Sharon said. We'll find you another job. Why don't you? I'm not going to be a maid anymore, Vanessa said. It's not a job. It's a madhouse. Don't talk rubbish. There's only so much money you can make somewhere else. And you still want to go to school. Although I don't understand why you want to do that. You're already 23 years old. I think it's too late. No, it's not. Besides, are you going to be a maid your whole life? No, I don't want to spend my life cleaning up other people's messes. I need a profession. You don't understand anything about life. Do you think I want to work like that? No, I want to get married and have my house cleaned. Now I get it. Where can I meet a man like that? Only by hanging out with rich people. And the only way is to get a job with them. You think a rich man would look at a cleaning lady? I'm begging you, Sharon, just get your head back on straight. This isn't a fairy tale, this is life. Nowadays, rich men are trying to marry girls who are more simple. Do you understand? Because these girls who go to salons and make themselves beautiful, they only ask for money and nothing else. And you don't want to marry a man like that? You want to marry a man like that? Don't you understand? He doesn't know that. He'll take pity on me and marry me. And I won't be impudent. I won't ask him for anything at first, but I'll start slowly over time. That's how it is. It's like going fishing. You feed the fish first, and then you take the bait. And when the fish swallows it, you don't just pull it, you cut it off and then you pull it out. You've got a whole strategy worked out. I didn't expect that from you, Sharon. Or do you want to get married so badly already? Of course I do. Don't you think I'm tired of going round all day with a rag, scrubbing everything shiny and listening to my missus' voice? No, I'm sick of it. But I put up with it, because I'm going after what I want. And I'm on my way to my goal. But first I have to get in. I've learned everything, and I need money. The time is passing. The time for admission is approaching. And I still don't have any money, Vanessa said. That's all. Don't worry, I'll find you another job, Sharon said. You see, I've already made some connections, so just wait a little while. And soon you'll be back in a well-paid job. But please, next time, just walk away and don't hit anyone. Remember, you're there to save money. Got it? Yeah, I get it. But I didn't expect him to attack me like that. It was a reaction. He looks like a decent bloke. And he tiptoes around his wife. As soon as she walks out the door, he starts groping the girls who work there. I guess it was my turn. Only he attacked the wrong one. So I hit him back. So much so that I lost my job. Vanessa, I'm warning you not to do that next time. No matter how much you want to hit, keep your temper in check and think that it won't last long and that you'll soon get out of this and go to school. Do you understand? Why are you treating me like a little girl? I said I understood you. I won't do it again. And I'll try to avoid men so I don't get into trouble again. Good girl. Let that be a lesson to you. I'll call you tomorrow, cause I've been told I'm looking for a maid. So wait for the call. Jennifer, as planned, fired everyone who worked at her mother-in-law's house. True, she only kept the cook, but she also left the gardener, knowing full well that if she fired him and hired Oliver in his place, her husband would immediately realize everything. Because her lover didn't understand anything about flowers. So she decided for herself that they would have 2 gardeners and told her husband. I've hired another gardener, because this one can't cope anymore. Uncle Sebastian is really an old man. He's been with us for a long time. At first, he was my father's driver. And then when my father built the house, he said that his eyesight was bad and that he couldn't drive anymore, and he wanted to become a gardener. My father was surprised then, because he didn't expect such an interest in flowers from such a healthy man with hands as big as a spade. One day he started a garden at our house. Everyone loved it. As it turns out, it's his hobby. So there's no need to fire him, let him work. Well, get a young man to help him and let him take charge. That's what I did, darling, because I realized that Uncle Sebastian knew what he was doing and there was no need to sack him. I kept the cook because Aunt Bridget cooks so well, but I sacked the housekeeper because she's not needed. I'll be doing the house myself from now on. So I've got a couple of maids. They're all coming in for interviews tomorrow. Will you be there? You're the man of the house. Well, you're the lady of the house. So I think you'll be fine on your own. I have enough to do at work. Jonathan liked to see his wife like this lately. She was very happy and talked to him all the time. But it was about nothing, but he liked it. He had already decided that things would finally get better for them too, and they would be happy. Vanessa looked at herself meticulously in the mirror and was pleased. She fixed a stray strand of hair, tucked it behind her ear, and put some lipstick on her lips. She took her bag and went to the meeting. The journey, as it turned out, was quite far. She had to change buses to get to the cottage village, and she had to walk another half-kilometer or so. Yes, getting here wasn't going to be easy. But as Sharon said, they take staff with accommodation. That was good too, by the way, because tomorrow the landlady of the flat she was renting would start calling her and demanding payment. And she didn't have any money. If she got the job, it would be a lot easier. But what if they don't? The house was very fancy. Vanessa turned her head round and sighed in delight. Finally, the owner herself, an attractive woman, came out and beckoned her to follow her. They entered the study and she motioned for Vanessa to sit in the chair opposite her. My name is Mrs. Catherine. I've had a look at your CV. I understand you've worked as a maid before, but only for a little while. And it says here that you were fired. And you're not embarrassed to show me this? No, because it wasn't my fault. And why were you fired, may I ask? Don't get me wrong. It's not idle curiosity. I need to know who I'm hiring. I'll tell you. It's just that the landlord's a bit of a loose cannon. All the girls were silent, but I couldn't take it anymore, and I fought back. As you've read on my CV, I'm an athlete and I can stand up for myself. That's why they kicked me out. Oh, I see. And you know you're accepted. I like your candor and how you feel about how married men behave. Come on, I'll show you your room where you live. You'll get your salary here twice a month, an advance in the middle and your salary at the end of the month. Does that suit you? Yes, very much so. Because when I was traveling here and I thought that most likely all my salary will be spent only on taxes, I understand everything. We do live a bit far from the city. Here's a room, but you won't be living here alone. There'll be another maid living with you. If I'll have her, of course. In the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. Since you came first, you get to choose. I'll go because the gardener's coming too. So I must have a word with him too, said Mrs. Catherine. There's your uniform in the wardrobe. So get dressed and you can start your duties today. I don't have time to explain everything to you, so Aunt Bridget will tell you and show you. She's a cook and she's been working in this house for quite some time. Well, I'm off. And good luck to you. Vanessa opened the cupboard and looked at the uniform that hung there. Trying it on, she realized that the size was a little off, but it was tolerable. After examining herself once more, she sighed, left the room and went looking for the kitchen to finally meet Aunt Bridget. Soon the kitchen was found, and the ruddy Aunt Bridget, recognizing Vanessa as the new maid, sat her down to tea. I'll show you round in a moment. First, let's have tea and get to know each other, she said. I've been working here a long time. Cassandra hired me. And this Mrs. Catherine, who's the landlady now, is their daughter-in-law. The owners are away at sea. The landlord got ill, went into hospital, and was advised to change the climate. So they left. Now their son lives with his wife and son. As soon as she came, she started to set her own rules, to fire everyone. She left only me and the gardener. Yes, and she told me that the gardener was coming to work here. She's right, Sebastian can't cope anymore and needs a helper. Although I think Sebastian knows his job very well. But as they say, the boss is the boss. It's a shame she sacked Lucy. She used to be the housekeeper, and everything was top-notch when she was here. And now I don't know what's going to happen. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Their son, Richard, lives here too. He's not a bad kid. He's 16 years old, but he's showing character. You should hear the way he talks to his mum. Aunt Bridget continued. But what do I care? I'm on my own here and they're on their own there. But I think you'll get along with everyone here. You're a bright girl, I can see that. What's it to me? It's my job to keep the house clean, that's all. How they live there and what they do is none of my business, said Vanessa. That's right, agreed Aunt Bridget. because they don't like it when you meddle in their business. So it's better to just mind your own business and stay out of it. That's what I think. Vanessa nodded. My landlady told me you'd show me around and tell me everything, so I came to you. What a clever girl, the cook grumbled. So she can fire and hire, but I can do all the work. As if I have nothing else to do. I understand everything, I know my job. Just tell me where their storeroom is, where they keep all the cleaning products, buckets, rags, and so on. I'll figure it out. I've been a maid before. That's a good girl, said Aunt Bridget. You'll come out of the kitchen, turn left, and you'll see a door. It's just under the stairs, and that's where everything is. So you can find it yourself. And once I find it, I'll get started. It's a big house, so I'll have a lot of work to do, Vanessa said. I've already realized that you're not afraid of work, so you'll be fine, the cook nodded. Vanessa left the kitchen and went in search of the pantry. On her way out, she bumped into a boy of about 16. So this is the Richard Aunt Bridget told her about, she thought. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people? He mumbled and walked into the kitchen. Yeah, the kid's obviously pissed off at someone, Vanessa thought, and moved on so she could get to work. She saw Richard a few more times, only the boy paid no attention to her. He was busy with his thoughts. In fact, Vanessa didn't care about him either. The only thing that caught her eye was that he was very much preoccupied with something, like he had some problem he couldn't solve. Jennifer led Oliver out into the garden and looked round and threw herself at him with a kiss. Are you out of your mind? Oliver pushed her away, looking around cowardly. What if someone sees us? Who's going to see us? Jennifer objected. The gardener's in the garden, the cook's in the kitchen, and the maid's cleaning the house. The son never leaves his room. So it's just you and me. I checked, we can't be seen from the window of the house. You see how the climbing rose is blocking everything. So it's like we're behind a screen. Anyway, Jennifer, please just control yourself, Oliver said. Listen, this house is really great. Were you telling me the truth? I didn't believe it at first, to be honest. I thought you were exaggerating. But now I see that your husband is very rich. That's wonderful. Darling, what do you mean? Jennifer asked. That I'm going to work here and be near you. And where am I going to live? Come on, I'll show you a room. But you won't be living in the house. There's an outhouse in the backyard. That's where you'll live. You know, but it's very cozy. I think you'll like it. I won't be able to visit you there, but I promise I'll think of something. You believe me, don't you? Of course I do, love, Oliver assured me. I think you'll think of something and we'll be together. You don't know how much I'd like to be with you always, to have a home like this, to be happy. Have you never thought about it? I have, Jennifer answered. Only we won't have a home like that with you if I divorce my husband. Sure, he'll give me money in the divorce, but that's a drop in the ocean compared to all this. So I'm not going to get divorced yet, Jennifer said. Besides, you and I are good enough, aren't we? Of course we are, Oliver said. But you have no idea how hard it is for me to share you with another man. If you say so. If there's nothing we can do, then we'll just keep seeing each other like this. Don't worry, I'll think of something. You know me. You see how I've planned everything cleverly, and now you'll be with me all the time, and we'll help your mother cure at last. And I think it's going to get even better from here. Shall we go to my place? There's no one in the house. The maid's in the kitchen, Bridget's helping, and you and I can go to my bedroom in peace. And I've missed you so much all these days. Well, what are you standing there for? Are we going or not? I'm sorry, darling, but I feel kind of awkward, Oliver replied. Come on, I'll get used to it, because you see, I'll be twitching all the time, thinking that your husband could come home at any moment. And I don't want to hide from him in the wardrobe. Okay, you're right. We'll wait a little while to get used to the situation, and then we'll see, Jennifer agreed with a sigh. Of course, she was now the owner of such a huge house, and if her husband suddenly realized or noticed anything, she could lose it all. She wouldn't want that. Jonathan came home from work early. He walked into the kitchen and saw a young girl and a young boy there. They were already eating dinner. He introduced himself and got to know them. Then he came out and made his way to the living room, where a table was already set for them. "Darling, I see you have hired a staff today," he addressed his wife. "What do you think of Vanessa? She seems to be a quick girl. She managed to do everything. So I don't think I'm going to hire a second maid. She's doing just fine on her own. And the gardener seems to be doing a good job." "So it's all right," Jonathan answered. "How about you? How are you doing at work?" "Since when did you become interested in my work?" Jennifer was surprised. "It doesn't sound like you." "Well, I was just asking. And I thought you were going to tell me. I was just curious. Besides, what else are we going to talk about?" "Not my soap operas." "Where's our son? Why didn't he come out for dinner?" "He's in a bad mood again. I guess he had a fight with the kids at school. He's been walking around all day puffed up like a turkey. I asked him to come to the table, but he said he didn't want to eat and that he'd go to bed early. I should go round and see what his problem is. I haven't seen him in a while. And you don't tell me anything about him. Do you even ask him how he's doing at school? Do you look at his diary? I think we've neglected our son." "What is it with you today, Jonathan? I don't recognize you. You're acting strange. Is something wrong?" "No, it's just that I see a family coming today, a wife, a husband, and a son. And they're so happy together. You could just see it in their happy faces. And we're all living on our own, as if we were strangers instead of relatives. I decided to get closer today. We can't even sit at the table together." Jennifer sighed, and she didn't like this kind of talk. And she was even beginning to regret that her husband had started coming home early lately. How nice it used to be when he stayed late at his job and didn't care what was going on at home. And now what? Why was he suddenly so interested? Maybe he's found out something. She had to be very careful not to contact Oliver just yet. God forbid he suspects something, and then they'll just kick her out of this house. Jennifer didn't want to leave. She really realized that she wasn't going to get married that well again. So she had to try to hold on to what she had. "You're thinking about something," Jonathan said. Jennifer shuddered and looked at her husband. "No, it was nothing. Richard has been really withdrawn lately, and I think you should talk to him more than I should. He's a guy, and I think there are some things he's not comfortable telling me. What do you think?" Jonathan nodded, getting up from the table and apparently heading toward his son. Jennifer sighed. Indeed, it was not human. It was not right. They're all strangers to each other, and even her son tries to avoid them. Vanessa had been working in this fancy house for a week now, and she was fine with it. And yet she had already drawn conclusions about the lady of the house and her husband. Jonathan came home late. Lately, he did not talk to his wife much, but went to his study and worked there. Vanessa didn't know how late he sat there, because she went to bed, knowing that she had to get up early tomorrow morning. But Mrs. Catherine was an interesting woman. Although she seemed to think no one noticed anything, Vanessa realized that she and their new gardener, Oliver, were lovers, because you could see the eyes she was looking at him with. Everything Vanessa saw, she didn't tell anyone, not even Aunt Bridget, but the one she really felt sorry for was Richard. It was obvious that the boy was very lonely and unhappy, and she could see that he had no friends at all, and that he was probably having trouble in class because of it. She would have liked to help him, seeing that his parents were not paying any attention to him at all. But she didn't know how to even approach him. Vanessa was cleaning the office when she heard some rustling. She looked out and saw Richard. He didn't look his best. There was a huge black eye under his eye. It was obvious he'd been in a fight with someone. "Wow. Who did that to you?" Vanessa asked. "What's it to you?" he replied in his usual rude manner. "I don't. I just wanted to help, but I can see you can do it yourself." "Exactly. Take the rag and do your job," Richard said. "Okay, if you say so. You're not the one to say it like that. Or you might even get a black eye," Vanessa said. "What are you talking about? You think that if I have a bruise, I can't stand up for myself? I can handle you, can't I? Before you know it." Richard didn't have time to say anything, because he didn't realize how he'd ended up on the floor. He was dumbfounded and looked at Vanessa, who didn't seem to do anything, but just took a step towards him and froze like that. What do you think you're doing?" Richard jumped up and lunged at Vanessa, but immediately found himself on the floor again. He felt so hurt and ashamed that an unsolicited tear rolled down his cheek. He jumped up and silently went to his room. Vanessa looked after him and felt sorry for the guy. He was so lonely and lost that she couldn't stand it and followed him. She knocked on the room, but no one answered her. Then she slowly opened the door and peeked in. Richard was lying down on the bed with a pillow over his head. "Let's have a chat. I can see you're in trouble. Well, don't take it out on me. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson so you'd talk to me normally," Vanessa said. There was silence. Then she went into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "You know, I know what you mean. My mom divorced my dad when I was 8. I was very upset, but I held it together and didn't show it," Vanessa continued. "I was a very sickly, small and thin child myself. You know, I was also very ugly in class. I was always teased and hurt no matter what I did. Everyone laughed at me. And then I realized that nobody could help me but myself. And one day I was walking from school and saw a set of karate classes. So I signed up and started training. Then I started to go to competitions, made friends, and in class I gave back to my offenders. And everything got better right away. If you want, I can teach you to stand up for yourself. But it's not easy, and it takes practice. But if you have a goal, I think you can do it." Richard sat down on the bed and looked at Vanessa carefully. "You're right, you're going to teach me how to fight. I told you that if you have the desire, I'll teach you how to fight. But we'll train in the evenings. During the day, you know, I have a lot of work," Vanessa replied. "So, peace?" She extended her hand to the guy. He smiled and shook her palm. "Peace. And you know, you're really cool. I'm sorry for being rude. It's just that I'm already used to communicating like this because everyone treats me very badly. At school, nobody talks to me like that. There's this girl I like. She told me I was a coward and that I couldn't even stand up for myself. And then Norman hit me. I wasn't expecting it. I fell down, and the whole class laughed at me, the whole class. Do you know how hurtful that was?" "I know exactly. I told you I had the same thing happen in my class. There's one thing I can't understand. Your parents are rich, they have money. Why didn't they enroll you in something so you could learn how to fight? And to be honest, sport never hurt anybody." "My parents just don't care about me," Richard continued. "My dad's all about work. He's just like my granddad, only his illness stopped him. It was only then that he realized that there was more to life than work. I guess my father's the only thing that can stop him is the hospital. And my mother is a short-sighted woman. She thinks that if she brings home a lover, no one can see it. But I realized it all at once. Dad's the only one who can't see it." "You guessed that Oliver didn't just turn up here, didn't you?" Richard asked. "It's none of my business, Richard. Because I just work here. And I can't pry," Vanessa said. "I understand, I'm just telling you. It's a shame for my father, though he doesn't pay much attention to us, but he does his best for us, to make us live well. And she brought another man here, and she's going to pay his salary too. I'm disgusted by it. It makes me even more stressed out, and I don't want to see my parents. You know, Richard, I think the first thing you need to think about right now is yourself, and your parents will figure it out without you. You'll see, if you and I have noticed it, your father will realize it soon enough. It's none of our business how they deal with it." It was a delightful morning. Birds were singing in the garden, and the scent of flowers was wafting through the air. Oliver sat in the pergola and drank his morning coffee. How good he felt. Life was wonderful, except for the fact that Jennifer had gone off the rails. She followed him everywhere, and he was getting tired of it. Besides, he really liked that girl, the new maid. She was so beautiful, and her figure was driving him crazy. He tried to get close to her a couple of times, but Jennifer appeared out of nowhere, as if she were watching him. But for now, he was fine with it. As he settled into the house, he began to notice that this family didn't keep track of things at all. They could just leave a watch on the table. Or, for example, Jennifer had taken off her gold earrings and left them in the hallway by the mirror. And Oliver didn't like things lying around like that. So naturally, he took them for himself. Well, if people treated them that way, why couldn't he take advantage of it? Besides, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. This was his compensation. After all, sleeping with a woman he didn't love was a punishment. He turned round and saw Vanessa, who got up very early and did gymnastics in the garden every day. It was only later, though, that he realized it was something else. She was doing some kind of exercise. He had seen it in a film once and realized she was doing some kind of martial arts. Yes, the girl is certainly very attractive. He's just crazy about her. Well, nothing. Now he will save up a little money and offer her to go away with him. To be honest, he'd had enough of Jennifer. She was stupid and naive. He didn't like that kind of woman. He told her all kinds of nonsense, and she always believed him, felt sorry for him, and gave him money. In fact, everything suited him, but he'd long ago grown cold to her. And he never liked her. It was just entertainment. Vanessa, on the other hand, really got him, but nothing, he'll be able to buy a flat and then a car. And then he'd get Vanessa out of here and they'd live together. He couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up, looked around to make sure no one was around, and walked towards her. "Good morning, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?" Vanessa nodded silently, not interrupting her exercise. "And I'm amazed at people like you, because I've never had the fortitude to exercise in the morning. But I go to the health club once a week, and I think I'm good enough." Vanessa didn't react in any way to his words. She continued to work out, and he wanted to talk to her, but once again nothing happened. As usual, Jennifer appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Oliver's arm and whispered, "What are you doing here? I've been looking all over the garden for you. My husband's gone to work. Come on, let's go to my place, before anyone sees you. What are you looking at her for anyway? Do you like her?" At that moment, Vanessa finished her exercises, said a polite hello, wished her a good day, turned and left. Oliver glanced at her, then turned to Jennifer and asked angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want everyone to realize what we have going on? You think that you just walked up to me like that and no one would notice? We weren't the only ones here, so stop acting like this." "You mean the girl? She's stupid, she didn't realize. Besides, you saw her practicing with concentration. I've never understood people who exercise in the morning. It's rubbish." Oliver looked at Jennifer squeamishly, then said, "You know, I need to help Uncle Sebastian today. He asked me to. So I'm sorry, I can't go with you because I promised." "Okay, I'll see you later. Now I gotta go." "What the hell are you doing?" "Uncle Sebastian who? I told you I miss you and I want you to come with me." "I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just feel like you're holding me up as your servant. Don't you think so? Except you forget that I'm a man, and I have an opinion about everything. So don't give me orders, understand? If I said not now, then you should understand me the first time. Do you understand?" Jennifer was stunned. She'd never seen her lover like this before, but she actually liked it. "Okay, honey, what do you say? I just want you to understand me, too. I miss you. You're always around and yet you're so far away from me. I can't stand it. So try to control yourself because your behavior will ruin not only me, but yourself as well. Believe me, if your husband finds out about your antics, he won't forgive you for it." Oliver turned and walked away. Jennifer went to the gazebo, sat down and thought. She had really lost her head. What had been going on with her lately, she didn't understand. She couldn't imagine herself without Oliver. The sight of her husband made her sick. Apparently, she'd never loved Jonathan. Just yesterday, he'd hinted to her that he'd missed her and that he'd like to spend the evening with her. But she said she had a headache, that she didn't feel well, and immediately went to her room and quickly got into bed. She felt sick just at the thought of her husband touching her. Oliver, on the other hand, was different. She melted at the mere sight of him. And when he touched her, she almost fainted. He's right, of course. We have to be careful. She'd lose her mind if she saw him looking at anyone else but her. Besides, Vanessa's always here. True, she was relieved that this girl wasn't paying any attention to Oliver, and that made her feel better. Still, she needed to do something right away. But she didn't know what. Sooner or later, Jonathan would realize that Jennifer didn't love him and would naturally demand a divorce. Because he's a man of character and nature demands its own. But she can't give him anything because she loves someone else. It's a vicious circle. Well, she would sort it all out and she would definitely think of something. Jonathan arrived at the office and went to his office. The mood of the morning was worse than ever. Not only was something wrong with his wife, but he had noticed that things were disappearing. Just this morning he couldn't find his cufflinks, although he remembered well that he had left them in the bathroom when he took off his shirt to throw it in the dirty laundry basket. But they weren't there. He looked all over but couldn't find them anywhere. When he asked Jennifer about it, she rudely told him that she had no intention of keeping track of his things, and that if he wanted them to stay put, he shouldn't throw them anywhere. At that moment, his deputy Norman entered the office. They had known each other for a long time, and as soon as Jonathan took his father's place, he immediately took him on as his deputy. "Why are you frowning?" "Has something happened?" Norman asked. "You have no idea. It's like the Bermuda Triangle in my house. I put something in one place, and then it just disappears. And I can't find it," Jonathan replied. "But that's nothing. Someone must have taken it and moved it. Have you looked around the house? Could it be somewhere else?" "Yes, I looked all over the house this morning, but I couldn't find the cufflinks." "All right, they're small. They could have fallen off and gone somewhere. But I've started missing watches. I'll leave it somewhere, but the next morning it's gone. But I'm not senile, and I don't have sclerosis yet. So I remember perfectly well where I leave my things." "That's absurd," said Norman. "Of course it's not you. There's probably a thief in your house. You should check the people who work there. As I recall, your wife hired someone, and it's likely that the thief is among them." "You're right. And it's probably a maid, a young girl. Only I don't believe it's Vanessa. She's so modest and sweet." "I don't think she's capable of that," Jonathan said. "Well, I don't have to tell you that looks are very deceiving. Is there someone else?" "Yes, a gardener. She's taken in a bloke who helps out. Uncle Sebastian now. But he doesn't come into the house, he only works in the garden. So that rules him out straight away. I see that leaves the maid. But I can't just accuse her of being a thief. I'll have to think of something." "What's there to think about? Just put cameras in the house. Just don't tell anyone. And then when you see what's going on, you'll have proof, and you'll find the thief," Norman advised. "You're right, I'll do that. Then order me all the equipment and find a man who knows what he's doing. I'll figure out what to say at home. Besides, there's no one to tell. My wife doesn't care about any of this. The son's always in his room and the cook's in the kitchen." "You don't have to put them all over the house. Put it in the living room and put your wallet in a conspicuous place. And then you'll see who takes it. That's it." "That's right, you see everything. You're not thinking straight because you're doing something else. You've got something else going on besides that, haven't you?" "Yeah, Jennifer's a problem. I feel like she's avoiding me. I don't know what to think." "Well, it's very serious. But in the meantime, why don't you figure out who's stealing stuff from your house? And when you figure out and punish that person, then we can think about your wife. Maybe she just needs to get away. Send her abroad. Let her get away for a while and everything will fall into place immediately. Or buy her some expensive jewelry. You know how women love that." "You're right. I'll think of something. But first the cameras, because I don't like this at all." Norman nodded and walked out. Jonathan leaned back in his chair and thought. Indeed, something was going on in his house lately and he needed to put an end to it. Soon Norman returned with a young chap who said he would make the best of it. "That's fine. Let's go then," Jonathan said. They arrived at the house and went into the living room. It was the largest room and had an entrance from the garden. He had decided to put the camera here. While Will was setting everything up, Jonathan decided to look for his wife to suggest a trip abroad. Maybe she really just needed a change of scenery, and then she would be more affectionate to him than she was now. But Jennifer was nowhere to be found. He looked for her everywhere and thought she had gone somewhere else. "There you are. What are you doing up so early?" she asked and looked at her husband fearfully. "What's the big deal? Can't I come to my house when I want to?" "No, you misunderstood me. I got scared. I thought something might have happened." "Nothing is wrong. It's just that the internet's been bad lately. I can't work in peace. So I had a specialist come round. He'll take a look at it, and then I'll go back to work." Okay, it's fine. I understand. I was just scared. In all these years, you've never been home so early, that's all. Let's go to the kitchen, have some coffee, and calm down. So I'm calm. You're the one who's shaking. Are you all right? Well, I told you I was scared. I thought something was wrong. All right, I'm fine. Let's go get some coffee. And I'd like to get something to eat afterwards. I'm afraid I won't have time. They had coffee and talked for a while. Jonathan thought his wife had come round, and he asked her where she had been for so long that he couldn't find her anywhere. So I've been in the garden. I've been having headaches lately, and it's only in the garden that I feel better, Jennifer replied. So I went into the gazebo and I must have dozed off, and only then I heard you calling me. I got scared and came running. That's it, Jennifer said. That's good then. I was thinking, since you've been feeling so bad lately, maybe you should go somewhere to get away. Richard's holiday's coming up. We could go away together. How would you feel about that? I think it's a great idea. I just need to think about it for a while because it's kind of sudden. So think about it. And tonight you'll tell me what you've thought. Okay, Jennifer nodded and took a breath. As soon as her husband asked where she had been, she was so afraid that she could hardly control herself. Soon Jonathan left, and she made her way to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. God, we almost got caught, so engrossed in each other that we didn't even hear my husband arrive. I got so scared I thought he'd realize from the look on my face and just kill me. But it was all right. My heart is still pounding really hard, though. I need to think of something to be ready in case my husband wants to come early again. He won't scare me like that again. I'll be ready for anything now. Now I had to get up and go find Oliver. He was pretty scared too, so she had to calm him down and talk to him about where they should meet. She found Oliver in his room in the outhouse. He was shaking with fear and didn't even answer the door right away. He was afraid she hadn't come alone. Are you a fool? Do you think I'd bring my husband here? What's wrong with you? Jennifer asked. He didn't understand anything. I said I dozed off in the garden and he believed me. Why did he even come here so early? What did he want? We've been having internet problems lately. So he brought a specialist, Jennifer replied. That's all. Were you that scared? Jennifer asked. I would never tell him. Even if he suspected something, I would deny it or make something up. But we'd better not see each other yet. I'm not feeling too good about this whole thing. I hope you don't either. I've calmed down a little, so I'm fine, Oliver said. You're right about us seeing each other. It's going to take a couple of days because, to be honest, I was pretty freaked out myself. But I'll figure out how to move forward. So don't worry. It's fine. And now you have to go. I have a lot of things to do around the house, Jennifer said. Are you kidding me? How can you have chores to do when they do everything for you? Well, you're wrong about that. For instance, I'm going into the kitchen now to draw up the menu for tonight so Bridget can make a nice dinner. All right, spare me your bartending. Just go. I need to lie down. I don't feel well. All right, sweetheart, you rest. I'll go inside. I need a distraction, too. I still have a lot of pounding in my chest. Jennifer turned and left. Oliver locked the door behind her and rushed to the wardrobe. He had some things in there that he'd been finding around the house lately and taking for himself. They needed to be stashed somewhere just in case. Of course, rich people don't even notice when they lose things, and that's just to his advantage. He'll sell it all. Well, not all of it, of course. He'll keep some of it for himself. Besides, he's got a serious amount of money saved up. After all, he didn't spend anything now. He ate, drank, didn't pay his rent. And he was getting paid for it too. It's a wonderful life, said Norman. We shouldn't be in a hurry to leave yet. Vanessa wouldn't go anywhere, and he could save up some more money. After all, most likely there will be no more such a good opportunity. And he would probably never find a more trustworthy person than Jennifer. Jonathan arrived at the office and called Robert again. So everything has been established? He asked. And when I left the house, I left my purse in a conspicuous place. Well done, Robert said. I reckon a thief is bound to take the bait. From what I understand, you've lost more than one thing, so he's got a taste for it. That's fine. He feels he can get away with it now. So he's going to take the bait. That's what I thought. And if it's Vanessa, I'm going to be very disappointed. I really liked that girl. Not only was she beautiful, but she was smart. I did a little research on her. And to be honest, I never would have thought she'd be the type. She's an athlete, she's been to the Olympics, she's even got medals. And I didn't think she was capable of something like that. Well, maybe it wasn't her, Robert said. Why suspect her in the first place? It's just that there's no one else. Bridget couldn't have done it. Besides, she's been working in this house a long time. And the only newcomer is Vanessa. And she's the only one who has access to all the rooms. But there's also the gardener, Jonathan said. What's he got to do with it? I told you they don't go in the house. Their place of work is the garden. That's where they work. I've known Uncle Sebastian for a long time, too, and I have 100% confidence in him. So that makes it Vanessa. What will you do with her when you find out the truth? I don't know, Jonathan answered. As far as I understand, she wants to study and she probably needs money for that. So she started stealing. She could have just asked me for it, and I would have given it to her. But since she did it her own way, she can give it back and get out of my house, Jonathan said. Do you understand? You won't call the police? Robert asked. No, I think it would teach her a lesson. And if she doesn't, someone else probably will. If she doesn't stop, you know best. And you're right. I do feel sorry for the girl. I don't want to ruin her biography. All right, well, why don't you watch the tape first and then you can make your judgment? Okay, you're right. We need to be sure first, and then decide what to do with her. Vanessa left the room she was cleaning and headed for Richard's room. But she knocked on the door and called out to him. He'd come in. And I've already finished doing my homework. So you can get started, Richard said. And I'll help you, Richard offered. No need, Richard. Your parents pay me money for this. It's my job. Well, let me help you, because you do so much for me. Vanessa smiled and looked at Richard. I see you can put the ointment I gave you on your bruise. You're looking much better already. What did your mom say when she saw it? Nothing. I don't think she noticed. I haven't seen my dad in a couple of days. So when I do, I probably won't have anything on my face, Richard replied. How are things going at school? It's going great. You were right. Jack was trying to catch me off guard again. But that trick you taught me the day you suggested I study was the best thing that ever happened to me. Everyone just went wild. And now some of my classmates are talking to me and even offered to go to the club with them, but I refused. Besides, you don't want to go clubbing with that face. Yeah, I don't think it's too early for you to go out there. But that's up to you. It's not for me to tell you. I'm glad, Vanessa said. But if you don't mind, we could keep going. You'll need it, Vanessa said. In a little while, you'll be dating a girl. And you'll have to be able to stand up for her. Besides, trust me, girls like strong guys. So you're going to be a winner. Thank you, Vanessa. You've been so helpful. You're like a sister to me, Richard said. I don't really have any parents, to tell you the truth. I've realized that because I've been working here a long time and I've seen a lot of things. You're right. We're quite a family, Richard said. It's a shame about Dad, because he's been so busy lately, he's been a bit lost. And I think he's starting to realize that your mom's cheating on him. Or maybe he's just having trouble at work. You keep an eye on him just in case. Just in case, she continued. Men react differently to cheating. Besides, from what I've heard, your grandfather had heart problems. So God forbid your father might have a heart problem and end up in hospital too. You're right. We'll have to keep an eye on him, Richard agreed. Besides, that's probably not the reason. Maybe he's having problems at work because Mom's acting like nothing's wrong. You're right, it's probably work, Vanessa nodded. Then let's not think about the bad stuff. All right, I've got to get on with my cleaning. And if you want to help me, go ahead. Then I'll finish faster today and we'll study as usual. We come to the living room. It's quieter in the evening, and it's a lot more space. We could do it in the garden. But it's likely to rain tonight. "So you'd better come into the drawing room," said Richard. Jennifer had been worried for a couple of days. Oliver had been avoiding her, trying to keep out of her sight. If she did see him, he wasn't alone at that moment. She was also alarmed by the behavior of the cook, who kept looking at her strangely. And when she came yesterday to prepare the menu, she even said that she didn't like women who were unfaithful to their husbands. "Why are you telling me this, Bridget?" Jennifer asked. "Or don't I know something?" "It's just that a friend of mine cheated on her husband." "Well, I still can't get over it," Bridget said and turned away. But Jennifer didn't like that. She was sure that Bridget had said that to her. Did she somehow find out that she and Oliver were having an affair? How? Where could she have seen them? After all, they kept everything so carefully hidden. She decided not to delay the conversation and went to look for Oliver. She found him in the living room next to Vanessa. The girl was cleaning the room, and he was telling her something. Jennifer stood in the doorway to watch them. "So Oliver said, and when I got out of the car, 'Excuse me, but I'm all cleaned up and I have laundry to do, so I don't have a lot of time. Do you want me to help you?' he offered. 'Besides, I have plenty of time, and you'll finish faster. And we could sit in the garden and have a coffee. How would you like that?' Jennifer tensed. She felt uncomfortable, and yet she was anxious to see how Vanessa would respond to the suggestion. "I'm sorry, but I have neither the desire nor the time to have coffee with you," Vanessa said coldly. "Good day to you." It was only then that she saw the landlady at the door. Vanessa grabbed the bucket and mop and silently walked out the door, while Jennifer entered the room. "So you wanted coffee?" she asked wryly. Well, go ahead and drink it." "It's just a game," Oliver said. "Everyone should think that you and I have nothing to do with each other." "You don't have to go in the house to think that, because your job is to be in the garden. Do you understand?" Oliver realized that he'd overdone it a bit and that Jennifer might kick him out. And that wasn't his plan just yet. He walked over to her, looked round and pulled her against him. "What's the matter, love?" "Don't you know me?" Oliver said. "I'm doing all this for us. That's all I'm doing. And besides, I missed you too. So I came here thinking I'd catch you, and there was this Vanessa cleaning. So I started talking to her. That's all." "I think you weren't just talking to her. You were flirting with her," Jennifer objected jealously. "Do you like her?" "She's just a gray mouse compared to you," Oliver assured her. "Stop sulking at me. I don't deserve this." Jennifer started to move away from Oliver, then turned and ran over to Oliver, and they kissed. Then, as if they'd come to their senses, they pulled away from each other and went their separate ways. Jonathan decided to finish his business early and go home to see who was stealing things in his house. When he entered the house, he saw his wife, who greeted him and told him that she had not had dinner yet and that she was waiting for him. "Why did you decide to wait for me?" Jonathan asked. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Jennifer answered. "Besides, don't I have the right to want to wait for you? Besides, you and I haven't had dinner together for a long time and we've grown apart." Jonathan smiled. He immediately forgot about the camera because he was very pleased with his wife's attention. They sat down at the table and Jennifer took out a bottle of wine. They had dinner and then retired to the bedroom. Jonathan woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Jennifer sleeping. He smiled. Apparently they were finally going to be okay. His wife had told him she loved him, and they were doing amazing. He carefully got up and made his way to his office, spun the footage from the camera, and watched. At first he didn't realize what was going on, and then he was just stunned when he saw what the maid was doing to his son. She was kicking him and even hitting him with her hands, and Richard was flying away from her like a ball. But then he'd get up and go at her again. He watched the video a couple of times and only then realized that Vanessa was teaching his son karate moves. It showed her showing him a particular move, then demonstrating it on Richard, and then they reinforced what she had shown him. He watched the tape again and made sure Vanessa hadn't touched his wallet, although he had been convinced before that his wallet was missing after all. But then who had? Vanessa was above suspicion. Oh, and on top of that, she was teaching his son techniques so he could stand up for himself. Jonathan smiled as he switched the tape on again and again to watch this fragile and pretty girl teach a boy taller than her how to fight. But then, remembering why he had set up the camera in the first place, he decided to re-watch the whole thing again and find out who was really to blame. After all, he was sure it was Vanessa, and had been scrolling through the film exactly to the moments where she appeared. And now he decided to watch everything in more detail and finally find out who the thief in his house was after watching what the camera had captured. During this time, Jonathan couldn't stand it and went out onto the balcony. He was short of breath because he felt sick after what he had seen. What he didn't expect was to be stabbed in the back. What should he do now? What to do, how to behave, and how to go on with his life. Jennifer woke up early in the morning and realized that Jonathan was no longer there. She was sure that after the night they had had, her husband would not be in such a hurry to go to work and would stay for breakfast with her. But it hadn't worked out that way. He still left for work. She stretched out in bed and smiled contentedly. Things weren't so bad. Her husband believed her, and that was the most important thing. A couple more days and she could go out with Oliver again. Everything was going according to plan, and yesterday she'd made sure Jonathan had no idea. That was exactly what she needed. Jonathan paced from corner to corner in his office, unsure of what to do. "Did you find out what you wanted to know? Is it really Vanessa?" Norman asked him when he entered the study. "No, I was wrong. The girl didn't do anything. She's just a smart girl. Besides, I told you she's an athlete. Well, she's teaching my son karate, and I've seen how much he likes it. Plus, I've started to notice how my boy's changed. He doesn't walk around like a pouty, disgruntled teenager anymore. He acts like a real man, and I didn't think much of it. Now I realize it. It's her fault." "Oh, that's wonderful. And that's just great. Then why are you so angry? You're not even wearing your face. Did you find out what happened? Tell me." "Yes, I found out, but I can't tell you yet because I'm in complete shock. To be honest, I came to work. I thought I'd take my mind off it, but now I see I was wrong to do that. I'm going home now. I've got some business to take care of while you keep an eye on things." "Don't worry. You know very well you can count on me. Just you. Just be careful you don't do anything stupid." But Jonathan was already out. He couldn't wait to go home and face them, because he hadn't expected such a betrayal. Jennifer was sitting in the gazebo drinking coffee. Her mood was just fine. She was enjoying everything around her and was happy. She was a little confused when she saw her husband enter the garden. Then, remembering the previous night, she realized that he probably couldn't stand it and had come to be with her a little longer. She smiled and waved at him, but Jonathan didn't respond. He silently walked over and sat down next to her. Jennifer felt the tension, but didn't pay it any mind. She reached up to kiss her husband, but Jonathan abruptly pulled away from her and then stood up. "What are you doing, honey?" Jennifer asked. "Nothing, Jennifer. Did I make you feel bad?" She didn't realize anything. She decided to calm down, even though panic was starting to spread throughout her body. "You what?" "I'm fine with you," she replied. "Then why are you cheating on me with the gardener?" Jennifer froze. She couldn't understand how he knew that. Who had told him about it? And anyway, why would he even think that? "No, what kind of nonsense is that?" "Well, think about it. Where am I and where's the gardener?" She protested. "Then come on. I'll show you something." She had no choice but to follow him into his office. He switched on his laptop and showed her the tape. She understood. There was no point in denying it. It showed her and Oliver kissing. She looked at her husband to tell him she didn't mean it. But when she met his gloomy gaze, she didn't say anything. "Okay," Jonathan said. "Tell your Alfonso to keep everything he's stolen from my house. Not even the money you paid him to work here, do you understand? I'm not completely stupid. I spoke to Uncle Sebastian the other day and I found out. And I want you both out of my house. Do you understand? But Jonathan, why don't you listen to me? Maybe we. There is no maybe we now, is just you and your gardener friend. My son and I are no longer in your life. I'll give you an hour, and if you don't clear out, I'll call the police and file a report. I'm done." Jennifer walked out and Jonathan sat back in his chair and thought. Maybe it was for the best that things had happened this way. But so far he had no answer to that question. And as usual, he thought that time would tell.